Sometimes life lets you down and you feel that you are done. You just want a morning run because the fun is all gone. But sometimes life makes you proud when you look far and wide, when you leave the pain behind and see the brighter side. TNC gives you inspiration. TNC reignites your passion. TNC starts your transformation. TNC helps you see the new you. Sometimes life makes you blind and you choose something bad. You just wanna cry and hide and save your face from the crowd. But sometimes life makes you see the beauty in you and me. When you look up above, there is God and there is love. TNC gives you inspiration. TNC reignites your passion. TNC starts your transformation. TNC helps you see the new. We're here to help you see the newness of life. We're here to help you feel your hope is so real. You got the power to see. We'll help you see the new you. TNC gives you inspiration. TNC reignites your passion. TNC starts your transformation. TNC helps you see the new you.
The new channel. The new channel.
The views, opinions, and insights expressed in the following show are those of the hosts, producers, guests, and viewers. They do not necessarily reflect the position of the channel. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Global Women Who Rule 2021. This is Angie Kabukit. I'm one of the hosts at TNC Marketplace, a show at the new channel, and I will be your master of ceremonies today. So before we proceed any further, let me introduce to you a very remarkable young lady to lead us into the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. She is currently taking up marketing management at Enduran Colleges. Please welcome Ariel Julianne Ong.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig. Di ka pasisiil sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pag may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng wala't ipagsinta. Buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mang-aapi ang mamatay na
Ate Princess Ordua. A registered architect, please welcome Clarence Liwanag.
Let's bow our head and close our eyes as we place ourselves in the presence of God. Dear Lord Jesus, we praise and lift you on high. Thank you for giving us the opportunity tonight to give recognition to all the women leaders in our lives. We pray that you give us your guidance throughout the program and bless everyone who is listening with us. We pray that you empower us more as we continue to serve and create positive change in our country. We thank you for giving us the voice and the platform to speak. We pray that in everything we do, we lift you up. All this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Clarence. Again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to the Global Women Who Rule 2021, the very first of its kind, with a goal set out to reach out, unite, love, and encourage each other. To everyone that are tuned in right now, I want you all to remember this day, this very moment, because this legacy will resonate across generations of women and men alike. We are here today to celebrate women of different sizes, colors, and motivations. We are very fortunate to be with 23 amazing and empowered women that will share their knowledge, insights, and valuable lessons from their life experiences. One of whom, by the way, is the ideator of this event. Our official event beneficiary is I Am Making a Difference, or I Am Mad. We will get to know them more later on. In the meantime, let us know how you feel and what you think about this event. This is a celebration of women across ages, across borders, across generations. So let us know what you think. Please comment down below. Let us know that you're here. We'd love to hear from you. Now, to officially open the summit, I am very proud and honored to introduce to you the ideator of this event. Miss Apple Esplana Manansala is the co-founder and vice president of a successful startup, PuzzleBox BPO Incorporated. PuzzleBox is an 8-year-old BPO offering digital and intelligence outsourcing solutions based out of Bonifacio Global City. They are servicing multiple high-profile clients across several verticals. A 19-year veteran of marketing and business who rose from the ranks handling PR, brand management, sales, and business development, Miss Apple has worked for companies such as SM Supermalls, Level Up Incorporated, Galileo Enrichment Learning Program, Adobo Magazine, and Social Jasmine in the US. Miss Apple has been instrumental in the growth of not just their company, but others, as she is business consultant for some local and global brands on branding, marketing, and franchise management. Private Pop Avenue is one of her passion projects, which features handmade fashion accessories that sees her designs and sells to markets outside the country. She is also helping MSMEs, particularly event bazaars around Metro Manila, through venture capital. During the difficult times of pandemic, she was inspired to co-create a live stream channel called the New Channel. TNC is a fast-growing 24/7 live stream channel which stages more than 30 unique, inspiring, and transformational online shows at present. A graduate of fine arts major in advertising and a certified digital leader, Miss Apple is a personality in one, a fashion enthusiast, a chatterbox, adventurous traveler, a marketing guru, wife, and a proud mother of two, one of which is a rambunctious 10-year-old Shih Tzu, and one 7-year-old extremely handsome little boy. Miss Apple's passion and dedication to her work is only surpassed by her love and dedication for her family. To talk about the 4 rules: reach out, unite, love, and encourage each other, streaming live from Quezon City, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Apple Esplana Manansala.
Good day, everyone. Sabihin mo kung ano ang nasa puso mo, or share it from the heart. A common phrase that I would normally hear from someone who have taught me to be the tough woman that I am today. My father did not live long enough to see all these things that I am doing right now. But I know each time I am able to accomplish something, he is looking down on me from heaven and cheering me on. Personal, sustainable, and always coming from the heart. These are my reasons and my motivation. I was imagining this is happening 9 years ago, myself delivering my cum laude speech during my college graduation. I thought that was life already back then, but I was entirely wrong. I never received the award that I always wanted, yet this is happening right now. This is a reality, my reality. Another reality is that we are still in pandemic state. COVID-19 has taken so many privileges from us. How bad as it may seem, we have to admit that the situation has also forced us to be disciplined, more caring, and also offered other opportunities. You are watching these opening ceremonies of Global Women Who Ruled 2021 Summit in a platform which I never imagined I would be part of. The new channel, TNC, has allowed us to continue real life connections. I am blessed with the opportunity to create a business that touches other people's lives. TNC is a gift we want to share with everybody. There are only two things constant in life: time and change. Together with the other inspiring Filipino women who will be speaking today, we are making changes that has proven to have worth the world's time. Sundin mo ang puso mo, or follow your heart. The hype of painting our social media walls pink has already begun. And what an amazing experience it has been. It enticed us to want to be involved in something that's just so beautiful and positive during these trying times. My vision for Global Women Who Rule is both complicated and simple. This is a community that celebrates being me, being yourself. A group that supports women of different shapes, different color, with different motivations. A group that is aspirational, but is non-assuming, non-discriminating, and only accepting. May this event remind all of us to reach out. The beauty of life is being able to pay good things forward. Let us reach out to unite. Let us continue to be connected. Let us reach out to unite and love, because love is everything. Let us reach out to unite, love, and encourage each other. Positive on positivity, no matter what. Today, we have started a legacy. It is my great honor to welcome the first Global Women Who Rule Summit. And if you're watching, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Now, please hug yourself and remember that you are great. You are great.
Wow, thank you very much, Miss Apple Esplana Manansala. This is our story. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of every global Filipino woman. And I'm very glad that you're tuned in right now. So my main takeaway is, of course, sabihin mo ang nasa puso mo and you follow your heart. You have set a very positive tone today, Miss Apple, and let's turn it up a notch higher, as this is what we have all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to meet our first speaker. Michelle has spent her life living and traveling the world. First, as a child of a military family, and then as the wife of her high school sweetheart. Through her travels, she acquired a deep appreciation for each of the people, cultures, and countries she experienced. Her passion is to guide others to stop apologizing for what they're not, embrace who they are, and to be their best version of themselves every day and to live unapologetically. To talk about the path to self leadership, live unapologetically, live streaming from Colorado, USA, ladies and gentlemen, Michelle Moraz.
Ah, there I am. Hello, everyone. My name is Michelle Moras, and I think Maya Angelou says it the best. She says, "My mission in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive and to do so with some passion, some compassion, some humor, and some style." I heard that quote and I embraced it. And I said, my whole theme line, my theme song basically is live unapologetically. Why that? Well, because I didn't always think that way. Actually, I was always apologizing for what I was not. I always said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I apologize." And I was always stepping back, and always pushing people in front of me until 2014, when I was in a car accident, and it was the worst day and the best day of my life. Because after that car accident, I found out that I have a traumatic brain injury. I'm missing my frontal lobe over my left ear, the back of my head, and my two hemispheres had disconnected. It left me in a vegetative state, basically. I could not speak, and I did not walk without assistance for 24 months. I am still fighting this whole traumatic brain injury thing. I'm really good at working around it, but I'm still fighting that. But in that 2 years that I stayed stuck in my head, I met all of my inner critics. How many of you have inner critics? How many of you have voices in your head that tell you, don't do that, you're not good enough? Why are you even trying? Let that other person have that. They're better than you. You hear those kind of voices in your head, but when you're stuck in your head, you hear them even more. And when that happened to me, I realized that I could still think, I couldn't talk. And I analyzed every voice that came in. And I realized that there were other people in the world who were being inundated with those voices telling them that we weren't good enough. And I realized in that moment, in that time period, that we are good enough. We are. Matter of fact, I wrote a book in my head. And so when I came back out, now I have to tell you this bit of it because I got very depressed. How many of you get depressed out there? Get depressed about all the things you didn't do, all the things you thought you were going to do and you didn't do. And you start beating yourself up. Every time you look in the mirror, you can't even look at a mirror and say, wow, I really love me. You do, you know what? I love me, but this. Oh, I wish I had that. After my talk today, I want to encourage you to find more things that you love about yourself. You see, that 2014 accident changed my life, not because it made me shut up and listen, but it made me realize that life was worth living. Before that, I apologized. Before that, I wasn't quite sure life was worth living. I had everything I was told to do. You're supposed to, get married, get a house, have 2 children, a dog, a cat, have a white picket fence, whatever that dream was, the knight in shining armor. I had it all, but I was unhappy with it. And I had to analyze why. At the end of that 24 months, I was sitting in my living room, rather suicidal. And the only reason I didn't kill myself was because I couldn't move. And I heard a voice tell me, as I was saying, why don't you kill me already? I don't want to be stuck like this. Kill me already. And I don't know if you believe in God, the universe, whatever you believe in, a higher being. But I heard, you're not dead yet, get up. And I did. When I got up, I promised that I would do whatever I could to be the better person, the best version of myself, the God-given gift that I had. I would not let it waste. And it became my mission in life that if I kept talking, that I would be able to go out and share that message with other people. So I did. I started traveling the world. I started speaking on stages. I did a TEDx. I went out to India. I went everywhere. Well, anyways, about 6 to 8 months in there, I found out I got really sick and I found out I had breast cancer. Now, most people would say, okay, brain injury, cancer, I'm out. But what it did to me was make me realize how much more precious our days were. And instead of backing up from everything, I went faster and stronger. The doctor said I had 3 months to live. I was going to make it the best 3 months ever. It's been 3 years. So I ask you again, what voices are you listening to in your head? What voices have you allowed to pull you back from your dream of what you want to do? Today, you'll hear 22, on one of them, keynote speakers who share their dream and what we're doing and why we do what we do. I learned 4 keys that kept me going through my brain injury and my breast cancer journey. Are you ready for them? Okay. There are 4 foundations to being self-led. And the reason I call it self-leadership in order to live unapologetically is because it all starts in here. Before my accident, I looked on the outside. I was looking for people to blame, looking for people to guide me, looking for a path from the outside. When I got locked in my head, I realized it was all in here. From the heart and from your head comes out. Number 1, and I shared this in my TED Talk, my TEDx talk, the first 3 at least. Number 1, you have to have a goal. Just like a GPS, you can't just get in your car and hope the GPS brings you somewhere. You have to have a goal, a place to go. But you have to be very flexible on how to get there. Because in that journey of life, I didn't go out there looking for a car accident to shift my life. No, it was a terrible thing that happened. But because I had a goal, when I hit that car hit me, I still kept moving. I was off track, but I found my way back to what I was after. Have a goal, but be flexible on how you get there. Number 2 is eat dessert first. Dessert are all the little things that we always refuse to give ourselves. Oh, it's such a great dessert. I can't wait to have that cake. But first, I'm going to eat my vegetables. I'm going to eat this. And then I'm going to lose 10 pounds. And then I'll allow myself to have that piece of cake. Dessert in life is life. And that is what I learned with my brain injury and my cancer. I had not allowed myself to live. Enjoy the little things in life, because I promise you, when someone tells you you're going to die, the last thing that's on your mind is, I wonder what my ROI is. The last thought that went through my mind when they told me, we don't know if you're going to wake up after this surgery, was, I hope people know I love them. I hope my family knows I love them and I care. How many people did I help today? Oh my God, did I help anyone? This is why the global women who rule touched me so well, because this is what we're here for. We're here to reach out to help people. We're here to unite and not have jealousy hold us back from helping other people. We're here to love unconditionally, no matter what their country they are, or whatever. Love unconditionally. And of course, to encourage each other through thick and thin. We're here to rule, but rule together. Number 3, are you ready? The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions. That's a quote by Ellen Glasgow. A rut and the grave. If you keep doing the exact thing every day of your life, wondering why nothing has changed, you are just building the dimensions of your own grave. You must do something different every day towards whatever you are shooting for in life. We are not meant to stay down. You ready? Not meant to stay down. We are meant to evolve, to grow. Look at your children. Look at babies. They go from completely helpless to crawling to walking. We are meant to fall and move. Allow yourself to move outside of your rut, to become the best version of you. Number 4, life is a series of choices. Sometimes they're really hard to make. But like I said about the baby, babies crawl, they get up, they fall. They get up again, they fall again. Your choice is to stay down or get up. And as a human, you were built to fall and get back up. So whenever you think that you can't get up anymore, and I promise you, I understand that feeling. I mean, I've had a brain injury that stopped me from moving for 2 years, and now breast cancer that haunts me every day. But I get up because that is what we're here for. Learn from our mistakes. Learn from the things that knock us down because it just makes us stronger. And with those choices, I want you to remember, embrace your toddler mindset. Because if you, as a baby, decided that you fell down once, you never want to get back up, we would be a world of crawlers. But here we are, computers and all. So number 1, you have a goal. Number 2, eat dessert first. Life is dessert. Be sure you enjoy it. Don't keep saying, one day I'll wear that pretty dress. One day I'll take my loved ones to this. No, stop waiting for one day because there is no one day. Today is that one day. If it comes to your mind, go do it or make plans to make it happen. Number 3, rut in a grave. If you want something different, you must do something different. Number 4, life is a series of choices. It is your choice if you allow the outside forces to control how you react, or if you allow yourself to stay down when you fall. I am a perfect example of this 4 foundations of self-leadership. I'm not just telling you and saying, oh, I hope it works. No, it works. And I'll show you an image right here. That TEDx is in 2016. I'm 389 pounds. On that stage, I had declared to the world that I will no longer live my life without intention. I would stop blaming the world and everyone else for what I wasn't. And I would own who I was. And every day I did one little thing, one small thing different to make myself a better version of me. And I have. I've dropped 240 pounds. Now, I show you this not because of the physical change. I show you this image because physical helps people see it better. But the bigger change in all that was this. The thing between your ears is your brain. Your brain is what controls everything. It's up to you to self-lead you. Remember those 4. And if you can incorporate those 4 into your world every day, something small every day, I promise you, you will see a difference in your world, in your life, in everything you do. My mind shift, my mental shift is why I called my show on TNC. My mental shift occurred through all my darkest times. And I share that with all of you now because a lot of us are going through some seriously dark times. And I promise you again that all the darkness, there is a light at the end. There is something that you will gain and grow from in all of this. And that's why I'm so proud to be part of the global women who rule. Because by becoming self-led, by not looking to the outside for blame and taking ownership for everything that you do and everything that happens in your world, you rule. You rule. And by owning who you are and that power in what you do, you will have the strength and the tenacity, like the other 21 speakers you're about to hear after me, to reach out and help other people, because you won't be afraid of what other people are going to do to you. You won't do, oh, well, they might say, no, you won't care. When you live unapologetically and self-led, you can reach out to help other people. You can unite together without jealousy to be one. Love unconditionally because you own who you are. You're not worried about anyone else, but you can give love fully because you love fully. And of course, encourage each other because you see the beauty in everyone else because you can see the beauty in yourself. So, remember what I said about Maya Angelou earlier? Our mission in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive and to do so with some passion, some compassion, some humor, and some style. As you listen to the other talks for the rest of this amazing day of global women who rule, I want you to take one golden nugget from each one of them, at least one, and incorporate it into your world. And I promise, again, I promise, you will be the best version of you and be a contributor in this world to find what your special gift is, to be unapologetically you. Thank you very much. My name is Michelle Moras, and I hope you join me on Mental Shift on TNC.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Wow, talk about power and energy. Remember the 4 things she told us about, guys. Have a goal, eat dessert first, know the difference between a rut and a grave, and of course, choices. Thank you very much, Michelle. Now, also, I just want to take this from what she said. Remember, guys, keep telling yourself, I am good enough. Comment down below. Tell everyone that I am good enough. Now let's switch things up from talking about life motivations to talking about business. Our next speaker, Lainey, is a passionate businesswoman with 15 years of network marketing industry business experience. She is a Sales Achiever Awardee, which is a prestigious industry recognition from the Direct Selling Association of the Philippines. She is the woman behind Well Life, including its success as the only thriving and exponentially growing network marketing company during this pandemic. To talk about etiquette of women in business, live streaming from Ormoc City, ladies and gentlemen, Lainey SPL Berexo.
It's a pleasure to be here today to celebrate International Women's Day with you all. Happy International Women's Day. As we celebrate this occasion, I am taking this opportunity to recognize how much progress has been made about women. We now have many opportunities to do that our mothers, grandmothers could only have dreamed of. So yes, we have to celebrate that. Dapat nating ipagdiwang ang ating mga kabaibaihan ng sama-sama. Kung may katabi ka ngayong kababaihan, pakiyakap sila please at pakisabing, mabuhay ka, ang galing mo. Today, I would like to talk more about her, she, ako, tayong mga babae. Pag-usapan natin ang mga kababaihan na hindi tumitingin sa anyo, kulay, height, kasama na din ang lingwahe at accent. Alam ko naman na napansin ninyo na balik ko ang Tagalog at English ko. At alam nating lahat na madalas nahuhusgahan ang pagkatao natin ng dahil lang dito. Kung alam lang nila ang galing naming mga babaeng taga-Bisaya. So I was asked to speak about etiquette of women in business. Pag-uugali ng kababaihan sa negosyo. Is it important? Absolutely. Here are some facts. Around 252 million women around the world are entrepreneurs, and another 153 million women operate well established businesses. The percentage of female entrepreneurs has increased by 100% into the last 20 years. In the Philippines, 43% of the Philippines' top leadership roles were being held by women. This is the highest percentage of women in the top business position for the Philippines. The Philippines beat South Africa, Poland, Mexico, and Indonesia in the survey. The Philippines is also outranked the US, UK, UAE, South Korea, Germany, France, Spain, and several other countries and economies. These are statistics of how women have grown to progress in the leadership position. Today, in different sectors of the societies, women rule in their chosen industry. They thrive, adapt, and really make a difference. And it's especially because of this pandemic, the new normal level the playing field for everyone even more. Both men and women have been given the chance to face the challenges of the situation head on with. But I believe that a women have that special gift of thriving and flourishing under pressure of life in business. Tayo pa ba? Tayo ang mga nagluluwal sa ating mga anak. Dili sayon magdala sa siyam kabulan nga atong kinabuhi ang kabaylo. We have the ability to achieve greatness because we are naturally kind, tender, patient, and loving, in which are all part of what etiquette women in business should have. So they can thrive, flourish, and be successful in marketplace. So as I continue, first, ano ba talaga ang business etiquette? Business etiquette is a set of rules that govern the way people interact with one another in business, with customers, suppliers, with inside or outside bodies. It is all about conveying the right image of behaving properly. Business etiquette is important because it creates professional, mutual, respect atmosphere and also improve communication, which helps an office or an institution serve as productive space. People feel better about their jobs when they feel respected, and that translates into a better customer relationship as well. Business etiquette, especially for us women, define who really are as a person. Maraming pwedeng maging basihan ng pag-uugali ng isang babae, maging businessman yan o totoong buhay. But for me, a women's business etiquette should be based on what the Bible tells us to do. Let me share to you three of my business etiquette of women. These are my personal set of rules I live by as entrepreneur and now as the chairman and CEO of Well Life. I pray that it will benefit you. Let's all begin with she. Rule number one, she trusts God and his lordship. God first. She believes that her success are not because of her own skills or intelligence alone. Matthew 6:33 says, seek God first, and all these things, success, happiness, love, all these things shall be added unto you. Trusting God in business give us a stronger foothold and wider base to withstand and challenges of life. Proverbs 3:5-6 says, Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto your own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. If you trust God, you trust his leadership. Then follow his word, the manual of life. I am not trying to be religious. I'm just telling you we can find the perfect etiquette of women in the Bible itself. Some verses like this for women, Proverbs 31:3, Proverbs 15:1, and Ephesians 4:29. Lahat ng yan galing sa Word of God. Example pa lang yan, and there could be more. So a well-mannered woman, she should trust God. Rule number 2, she pray and seek God consistently. She manifests her trust to God by communicating to Him. She should dedicate her life, business, and family to God in prayer. When in worries, prayer is the first response. When in trials, prayer is our first response. When in joy, prayer is our first response. When in success, prayer of gratefulness is our first response. Like what the Bible says in 1 Thessalonians 5:17, pray without ceasing. Itong business ng well life galing sa panalangin. Nung nag-umpisa pa lang ako, napakahirap. Bilang babae, hindi ka agad paniniwalaan sa gusto mong mangyari. Sa simula, kahit din ang asawa ko, nag-isip muna twice if ituloy ko ba itong business or hindi. Hindi ko siya kinumbinse. Si Lord ang kinausap ko in prayer. At salamat sa Diyos, ang asawa at mga anak ko ang unang nag-respond ng suporta. Kahit nung una, sobrang hirap. Simula sa kanila, binigyan ako ni Lord ng mga taong mag-help sa business na may puso ding katulad ko. Dahil sa panalangin, hindi na ako ang naghahanap. Si Lord ang nagbibigay. And now, the business grow exponentially sa panahon ng pandemic. I talk to my God and He solves everything. It gives me peace and joy every time. And last but not the least, rule number 3, she values integrity and excellence. Because of my godly foundation, I can now do things and stand with integrity. And because of this integrity, the result is excellent. Why excellent? Because in our business, we do not cheat customers. We do not cheat people. A woman of integrity will honor Christ with honesty in all transactions. A woman of integrity knows that cheating customer is an abomination to the Lord. A woman of integrity should honor commitments to their business partners even when it hurts. Integrity breeds excellence. As you follow excellence, success will follow you too. Tatlong importanteng rule that help made success with well life. Una, she trusts God and His Lordship. Pangalawa, she prays and seek God consistently. Pangatlo, she values integrity and excellence. Does it have everything? Maybe not. I'm sure madami pa kayong mapapakinggan sa other speakers. With these 3 rules, yes, it does not have everything, but it has everything you need to start. Why? Because these 3 things are the foundation. Foundation of the etiquette a successful woman should have business success and in real life. Don't waste time building things that won't last the test of time. Building on the right foundation will help your business stand through the storms of marketplace changes or even pandemic. Businesses that are built on a solid foundation are built to last generation. Your solid foundation should be in our God. Jesus said, but seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all these things shall be given unto you. The three words of this verse is very instructive. The words are but seek first. A great principle to practice in business is to focus on first thing. When a leader stands the order of things, they can become easier to stand. A leader must be clear and push for clarity in all things. Make God and His principle your top priority. So aking mga minamahal na kababaihan, if nag-umpisa ka pa lang sa iyong business, simulan mo yan, ituloy mo yan. Kung nasa gitna ka ng business na yan, huwag susuko, tuloy lang. Don't quit and keep improving. And even sa may matataas na posisyon at may malalaking business na for many years, listen to the heart of your people. Huwag magmayabang, huwag lumaki ang ulo. Tandaan na lahat ng meron ka, hindi sa'yo kung hindi galing sa Diyos. Don't forget your foundation. Ang aking mga minamahal na mga kababaihan, trust God, seek God, consistently, pray, and value integrity and excellence. Thank you, everyone. This is the Chairman and CEO of Will Life, Laini Espiel Bereso. Daghang salamat kanatong tanan.
Thank you, Lainey. I guess we can all agree when she said that we have the ability to achieve greatness. Moving on to our next speaker, Sheila is a Filipino-Canadian actress based in Winnipeg. Islands is her first feature film role and her first time acting on screen. She was later cast in another lead role for the short film Manzanas. She was also cast on a TV crime series, Cruise Ship Killers Season 2. She was born and raised in Parañaque City, Philippines. She was a member of her high school theater guild and won acting and public speaking awards at her school and in international inter-school competitions. She graduated with a Doctor of Dentistry degree and a Bachelor of Science degree in nursing, then practiced as a licensed dentist and registered nurse in the Philippines. She is a healthcare worker in Winnipeg and she also has her own permanent makeup business. To talk about buhay abroad, multitasking, and parenting, live streaming from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sheila Lotwaco.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to all who are watching TNC. I am Sheila Lutwako from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. It's actually 12:45 a.m. here, but I still have energy and I'm excited to share, inspire, and encourage all the women out there. I want to talk about buhay abroad, specifically here in Canada, multitasking and parenting. So here is the list of my hats that I wear. I am a devoted wife and a mom, a healthcare worker, an actor. I have my permanent makeup business. I'm also helping my husband in his distribution business, and I'm also managing our hot tub rental business. I am also currently in the process of acquiring my nursing license here in Canada. Just a little bit of a backtrack. I was born and raised in Parañaque, Philippines, a South girl. I practiced as a licensed dentist for 14 years with my husband. We had established 2 clinics together, and I was also a registered nurse. We were living our lives quite well, living in a decent condo in Taguig. We just had our second child born 2 years before we immigrate to Canada. The 2 clinics were doing well and increasing in patient base. We were enjoying our time with family and friends on weekends and holidays. We were fine in our comfort zone. Then why did you have to leave and move to Canada? That is the question na palaging tinatanong sa amin. It was not an easy decision because we had to leave everything behind. not only the practice, but we will be away from our family and friends. The opportunity presented itself. We came up with the decision to grab it. We do not want to have that regret of not trying. Pwede naman bumalik, di ba? That was our assurance that we could always come back to our profession in the Philippines. Starting our Canada life, we had encountered several challenges. I'm sure everyone who immigrated here or anywhere else had some sort of challenges. We had to adjust to a lot of things and needed to adapt to new culture, including weather. Yes, there were friends who were giving their sound advices. But of course, no one could really direct us into the right path to take because each one had their own unique situation. So there was no definite track to get onto. They said, grab any job in the meantime. Ito yung tinatawag na survival job. We had to find the job that we could also alternate in taking care of our kids. Mga bata pa sila. My husband was hired then as a non-registered dental assistant while he was pursuing certification. And as for me, I remember applying to a meat factory for a night shift. I still clearly remember that day. I had to line up in a cold, snowy Winnipeg weather. Hindi ako sanay. Imagine standing outside in the bitter cold negative 28 degrees Celsius with wind chill. It feels like negative 40 degrees. Grabe, mas malamig pa kami kesa sa freezer. Kung minsan mas malamig pa dito kesa sa planet Mars. I thought I was about to lose my fingers because of frostbite. And then when I went inside, aba, it was not just an interview. There was a written test. Really? An exam? So that I could be a factory worker? So I sat there absent-minded in front of the test paper. I did not realize there was a time limit. And for some reason, I skipped an entire page of the exam. You know what happened next? Among all the 15 applicants, me and another applicant were asked to leave. Yikes! Bagsak kaming dalawa. How would you feel at that moment? The pride of the doctor of dentistry and a registered nurse in the Philippines who passed 2 national board examinations, failed the test in applying as a factory worker. Oh, I cried and I felt ashamed, even to my husband. But you know what? He told me and encouraged me. You know what? God is telling you that this is not what He planned for you. Even though He knows that you can easily pass the exam, He made a way for you not to pass it because His plan is much bigger. Then I went into schooling for healthcare aide, nursing assistant. I finished the course and eventually I got certified and applied right away. I did night shifts until my kids could already go to school during the day. And then I got my first day job. I shifted to a specialty dental office. I worked with my husband there. This is where I first experienced being bullied, received racist remarks, and slowly things were not going well in the office, and even had some issues to the dental association here. But thankfully, by God's grace, we were able to overcome those dark days, and I decided to go back to healthcare full time. I worked really hard, tiring myself. And then one day I reflected, why am I here and doing this to myself? Bakit ko pinapagod yung sarili ko araw-araw sa ganitong trabaho? Why am I so stressed? Are we not meeting our monthly obligations? The basic needs of my family? Should I get stuck doing this job full time so that I could be a good helper to my husband? Then comes acting. There were opportunities for me to act in films. My very first feature film, Islands, had a world premiere in Austin, Texas just last week. It was a success. I am enjoying this casual job being involved in both US and Canadian films, sometimes even with just background jobs. This is my passion job. I was involved in Theater Guild back in high school, and I was accepted in UP for theater arts, but I did not pursue it and chose dentistry instead. There are people who are blessed that their formal job is what they are passionate about. But in my case, it would not be enough to fulfill our obligation. So I still have to maintain my healthcare job. I also have this permanent makeup business. I do microblading on the side. This is my multitasking life. I'm juggling from one job to the next and at the same time being a wife and a mom. I make it a point that I am there in every step of the growth and development of my children, no matter how busy I am. Wala kaming house help dito, so that's another thing. I'm sure I'm not the only one who has this multitasking life. Ganito ang karamihan dito sa Canada. It is hard, yes, but my advice is to balance things out. Balance the things that you are doing. You have to find your passion too. This would prevent burnout. For me, it's acting. For others, it could be anything you really like to do, such as cooking, baking, or if you're talented with singing, painting, and other arts. Kailangan maging masaya din tayo, di ba? Sa mga ginagawa natin. Hanapan natin ito ng oras. And another thing that I do, and this is something that keeps me grounded and in touch with God, I volunteer at our church too. Now the question, am I successful? What is your definition of success? For me, yes, I am successful because I'm able to fulfill my obligations to my family. And at the same time, I'm able to do the things I'm passionate about. And you know what I realize now? My life is filled with abundance. I may not be affluent financially, we're not. But I have a balanced life. I have conquered my fears with the help of God. I do not measure my own success to other people's achievement or success. We all have different goals in life. To be honest, when Apple reached out to me and asked if I could speak in this event, sabi ko nga sa kanya, sure ka Apple, sasama mo ako? And her answer really touched and at the same time inspired me. She said, yes, Doc Sheila, because for me, success is not only the monetary stature or fame and limelight. Being successful is when you see people being inspired and encouraged to keep on pushing and not losing hope because they saw it in you, even in the smallest thing that you do. Success is you being an instrument or a conduit to people you have touched and help them achieve their baby steps and eventually letting them stand on their own. And she said, all of the women who are part of this event have touched people in their own way. So that is why you are part of this. Thank you. So now, to everyone who's watching and streaming this event, I want to encourage you, whatever situation you may be in life right now, keep on pushing, have a goal, and don't forget to balance it by doing your passion. Laban lang tayo. And lastly, I would like to share with you how I always start my day. I started by having my devotion time, having my quiet time, being at peace with God, and shutting down all the noises so that I could hear His whisper. By this, I'm aligning everything that I do according to His will. There are tough times ahead for sure, but I know that He is always ahead of me and fights all my battles. That is my assurance that success will be on its way, always. I hope with my experience and story, I have inspired you and encouraged you to keep on pushing. Thank you so much, Apple, and to the whole staff of and crew of TNC and for this great opportunity. I am truly honored and blessed to be sharing this event together with the other lovely, successful women who ruled 2021. More power to all of you. Good day, everyone, and God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Sheila. Wow, that was certainly an eye opener. My main takeaway is that success is a combination of responsibility plus passion, which equates to a balanced life. Thank you for that. Now, our next speaker will talk about a very important and timely topic. Coach Adet is a professional certified life coach since 2017 and has since then helped coaches and entrepreneurs create a life of impact with income from talents and growing in influence through the platform of life coaching. She is an advocate of quality of life, especially for people with special needs or related to mental wellness. Her mission is to build a tribe of 1 million mentally fit coaches and entrepreneurs. Master Coach A is the founder of Life Coach Philippines, the community of credentialed life coaches that offer coaching classes and services worldwide. She is also the chairman and CEO of P165 Worldwide Food and Beverage Unlimited Corporation, operating as D Cup Coffee Republic. This is the coaching hub and home of certified life coaches in the Philippines. Coach Adet is a graduate of economics from the University of the Philippines and studied information technology from Systems Technology Institute. Aside from this, Master Coach A is a wife and a mother to three beautiful children, ages 25, 20, and 17. To talk about mental health at work, conversation for women. Live streaming from Mandaluyong City, ladies and gentlemen, Adet Oblena Porto.
At first, I was afraid. I was fortified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong and I go strong. And I'll learn how to get along. And so you're back from outer space. I just walk in to find you here with that sad look into your face. I should have changed that stupid lock. I should have made you leave your key. If I've known for just 1 second you'll be back, just bother me. So go on now. Go walk out the door. Just turn around now. Because you're not welcome anymore. I think I will have to stop here right now. You probably is singing with me or is singing like you're thinking, what is she doing? Is she supposed to be talking? What is she doing and singing? Now here, agree with me that many of you have once in your life said this, I will survive. This song from way back 1978 speak of personal strength following a relationship breakup, personal relationship chaos, and chaotic turnaround. And how many of you have actually made this as your theme song at work? Let me know in the chat box. How many of you can connect with me that at one point in your life, you have been singing, I will survive? Not because you can sing well, but because that's the cry of your heart. I will survive in my workspace. I will survive office politics. I will survive difficult people. I will survive gossiping. I will survive character assassination. I will survive this ever increasing sales target. I will survive these workloads. I will survive this continuing poking and bullying from my office mate. I will survive this back-to-back meetings and ever-ending workloads that continue to file up. I will survive long hours of work. I will survive my paycheck to paycheck living. I will survive blank. Fill in the blanks in the chat box below. What are the things that you have survived in your life, especially in the workplace, or hope to survive at the workplace at this very moment? What are the things that bothers you right now? What are the things you are tolerating? What are the things that you are accommodating? Who are the people that intoxicate you every single day but still remains in your space? What are the challenges that concerns your mental health today? What are the things that you continue to compromise at the expense of your mental state? What make you feel unsafe today? These questions, women of the world, are the things we have to start having serious conversation. If you are married, I'm sure you can connect with me that you are the superwoman at home. Got kids to feed, got kids to take care, you've got husband to take care as well. You've got to be a wife as you are a mother. And if you are single, you're probably the go-to person. You are the provider. And amidst all the responsibilities that is upon your shoulder at this moment in time, I would guess that you barely have enough time to take care of yourself. How do you protect your mental health? How do you promote mental wellness at home and at work? Did you know that women are more likely to be the main carer of children at home, more than the men, more than the fathers? It's always the mother. And often, we provide as well care for other members of the family, for disabled relatives, for aging parents. And this makes us forget, most of the time, us, the me. Or sometimes you put it aside. Does at work, women are easily triggered, show signs of anxiety, generally stressed out, and people would say depressed. In November 2019, before the pandemic even hit, a research from Smart TMS shows that women in particular are suffering when it comes to stress at work. 1 in every 5, so that makes like 20% of women say they don't have time to see medical professional about their mental health. 1 in every 4 women says they are too busy to even think about their mental health. despite having consistent symptoms of depression and anxiety. 3 in 10, about 29% of women can't even open up to friends, family, or colleagues about their mental health, about their mental struggles, for fear of judgment, stigma, and loss of reputation. And if you are connecting with me, let me know in the chat box and say, I'm connecting, coach. 1 in every 4, 25% would say, women say they experience unimaginable levels of stress and anxiety as a result of their job. 1 in 3, that is 36%, women admit to experience severe anxiety by comparing their success to others around them. 18% of women feel that the higher their income capacity, the higher they get their levels in life financially, the more unimaginable their mental health issues become. 18% of women feels that as an entrepreneur, a director, an executive, they feel that they cannot take time away from work to address mental health issues and concern because, as it is, it will be a detriment to their business. And finally, 3 out of 10, that's 29% of women, that's part of the study, feels they don't have the right to be depressed because they are relatively successful and affluent. The research also unveils a fascinating relationship between perceived success, money, and mental health, indicating that concerns on mental wellness does not subside, does not lower down or tame based on increased professional or financial success. In fact, the study shows mental health issues may even increase. And so the old story goes, the higher we climb in the corporate ladder, the greater we achieve our own version of success, the more we experience mental health issues, the greater is our exposure to mental health challenges. And so to all of you women, maybe men, listening to this message right now, if you are one of the countless of women in the workplace who is yet to get started in taking care of your mental health, if you are one of these people who is pressured, stressed to deliver more than what you are expected, to go beyond and say extra mile, and whether or not you are already accepting that you are experiencing this today, I'd like to encourage you, to charge you, start a woman journey. Write your journey. Make a journal. Start writing in papers, in pages. Start creating your book. Start creating your memorabilia. Start using the pen and the paper. Write. Who are you becoming in the process? Own your own story. Your defeats, your success, your triumphs, your lapses. Own who you are today and who you will become in the future. Make a statement every single time you have the opportunity. Do not be silent. Do not tame yourself when you know you are in the capacity, you are in the position to speak, not only for yourself, but even for the women wanted to be represented Remember, many of us are mothers, our children, and our children's children is looking up to us. Accept your reality today so you don't struggle. Where you are today is exactly where you can be to get started in a beautiful journey. Where you are today, your reality, the people around you, the circumstances, the issues, the concern is exactly where you can start thriving or where you can start achieving your dreams, your goals in life. And finally, now is your moment. Now is your moment. Now is your moment to shine, to be better, to be heard, to be nurtured, to be taken care of. Now is the time for you to begin what you have always been putting aside. Now is the time for you to say, I am worthy of every chance to be better in life. This is Master Coach A from Life Coach Philippines. I'm a professional life and mental health coach. I am on a mission of building a tribe of 1 million mentally fit coaches, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders around the globe. Wherever you are today, if you are listening this or you're listening this on a replay and you're saying yes to mental health, you are saying yes to protecting the space, the mental space of the next generation. If you are saying yes to a better world with better mentally sound decision making from women like us, I invite you, connect with us, partner with us as we make a difference. I am mad. I am making a difference here and beyond. Thank you everyone for being part of the Global Women Who Rule Summit. We're coming in live. Thank you, Apple, and to all the people behind the scene. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay mula sa Pilipinas. Magandang hapon.
Thank you, Master Coach A. I was truly energized by the song. And yes, kumanta po ako. So please remember, everyone, let's take our mental health seriously. And remember, write, own, make a statement, accept, and now is your moment. Thank you, Master Coach A. Moving on to our next speaker, Rina is a content marketing expert with over 13 years of digital industry experience, focused on digital and performance content. She has led the Wavemaker Philippines content business and turning it into the hub for content excellence in Asia Pacific of Wavemaker Network from 2014 to 2019. She moved to Indonesia a year ago, leading Hava's digital team, rewriting the brand's DNA and leading reorganization within the Hava's creative business to sharpen its digital creative business. Rina is currently the content head of Group M Digital Indonesia, with the primary role to sharpen the agency's digital creative and technology services. Recipient of over 35 industry awards, she has recently been invited to represent the country as a speaker for British Chamber of Commerce Singapore to share her expertise and experiences on content data platforms and its impact on businesses. To talk to us about using digital for good, live streaming from Jakarta, Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, Rina Simon.
Thank you, Ange. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rina Marie Simon, and I'm an advertising and digital practitioner for over 13 years. I've been practicing advertising and media in the Philippines, and quite recently, about last year when I moved to Indonesia. So before we move forward, I want you to come closer to the screen, and I want your mobile phones next to you. Instead of asking you to put it away, since I'm talking about digital, I want us to use digital right now. I want you to do the exact opposite. Tweet, post, Share your thoughts with me. Follow me on my public account on Instagram at Simon Rina or tag the new channel hashtag Global Women Who Rule 2021 on YouTube or Facebook because I want to converse with all the ladies in the room today with what I'm going to say about digital for the next 15 minutes. Today, I will talk about a very, very controversial topic, how to use digital for good. Whenever I talk about digital, I always expect eyebrows raised in the room, and it's always hotly contested. And I can't blame you. It's a very loaded and often controversial topic. What? Fake news, let's get it out of the way, all the negative things, data privacy, studies that it's always divisive in culture and in the nation, that it can create attention deficit among children. I will be very upfront with you. I'm not here to solve all of those problems. Heck, I don't even think the big four in digital will know how to solve it, the Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon of the world. But what I'm here in the next 10 to 15 minutes is to convince you of three things. That using digital as a woman leader, you have the power to solve social problems. That you have the power to fuel an economy, and you have the power to question the status quo. Sounds like very, very big things, but let me convince you. I want to change your perception as women leaders in how we harness the power of digital responsibly. Because in reality, first we need to ask, what is a click? I've seen you guys click over e-commerce sale. I've seen you post on your social media account. A click is the singular most powerful currency right now in the world. It can topple governments, it can unite a nation, it can even bring a catharsis to a mother who is just wanting to have a break after a long day. Shout out to my sister who's probably watching this right now. The reason why a click is the singular most powerful currency right now, because we've all become digital citizens. Whether you're in your 40s or 50s, just learning Netflix, shout out to my parents right now, who's I hope also watching, or you're at the peak of your career, whether you're in your 20s or 30s, right smack in the prime of using social media. You're using one currency, and it's a click. But what we need to realize is that digital doesn't exist in a vacuum. It doesn't have a life of its own. It doesn't magically morph like it is its own community. It's not Harry Potter. Digital on its own doesn't have a singular vision. And borrowing the words of McKinsey and Deloitte Digital Consulting, technology's purpose doesn't take shape on its own. Technology's purpose takes shape when humans assign the value and purpose and meaning to it. We as leaders, we the ones using digital, are the ones assigning value and purpose to digital. So then it begs the question now, how do we really use digital as a currency for good? So let me give you three reasons and three ways. First, we need to realize that digital has created a new, empowered, and experimental economy, or tri-economy, as I always say it. Overnight during this pandemic, we have become quarantine chefs. I've seen my sister share so many recipes out of Panlasang Pinoy, Asian Food Network, all the recipes you could possibly think of to Google. I've seen so many new Facebook communities grow overnight by the thousands over discussing about how to do home improvement and renovation ideas. Personally, I have been trying to become a fitness junkie overnight. And when you realize and when you take a step back, digital is at the forefront of this new experimental or trial economy. There's nothing wrong. Try something new. It's not just because it helps you discover something new or a new experience, but it has also uplifted the value of you as an artist. Yes, you're right, you as an artist, because it has helped uplift the value to transform your creation into a real value of art. Your food recipe becomes a creation when you post it online and you ask your friends to, hey, affirm what I did. It exponentially increases the value of your creation. You publish a blog or a video about your child, you add in effects, sounds, stickers, gifs. Voila! You have a portfolio of your child's memories online. You share your experience as a young professional among other independent startups and other professionals wanting to make it big. Digital has created and fueled this new economy, the experimental economy. Digital has also empowered small to medium business enterprises. In October 2020, Google Philippines launched a listing for free of all the small to medium enterprise businesses in the Philippines in Google Shopping tab. It has allowed all SMEs to continue fighting and surviving this pandemic. You see, one thing that I want you to understand is that digital has created this new trial economy. It created a new avenue that connects the creator to the market. Long before, when we went to the malls, we didn't know who created a singular thing that we bought in the mall. But now we know who exactly created this thing that we're buying online. It connects the artist to the audience, and it assigns value to work and allows you to connect you to your peers. So it is up to us as women leaders to amplify this new experimental and trial economy. How do you raise the bar for other entrepreneurs who want to make it big? How can you uplift the value of an online creation and encourage to flourish this new experimental economy? So my second reason, and I want to share with you how you want to be part of the solution instead of becoming a critic only online on digital. The second thing we need to understand is that digital is a force multiplier to bridge solutions for the world's social problems. Wow, very, very big motherhood claim. About a month ago, I have met with this global organization called Literati. Literati, from the name itself of the organization, they're based in the United States, and they have one singular vision to solve the global waste problem. And how are they going to solve it if they're a tech startup? So it's a very ingenious solution. They ask people to use the power of social media to post where there is litter or waste or any other garbage found in their community. It's a very simplistic solution. People want to post things online. When you post things online, automatically your photo has a location and it is geotagged. So they then pull the data shared by everyone online globally. They analyze the patterns of all the garbage where it is located, and they push this agenda to the local government to take action. You see, organizations like this exist because of a single truth. They have learned to harness the exponential power of the digital audience, the mobile phone, and the platform to rally communities to action. The power of digital is that it is a very proactive platform. The common misconception of people and critics about digital is that we've turned into a bunch of armchair critics just saying, I hate this, I don't like this, I don't want this. This is not true. But the truth is, if you flip the coin, what I realized is that it is such a very powerful and proactive platform that it has turned a new generation of activists in us. It has turned mothers into advocates, transformed daughters into leaders. It's created a new generation of activists, vigilant, vocal. And you don't need to be rich to be influential. Gone are the days when you need money to be influential. You have the power of digital. All you just need is a voice and an opinion. But the most important part about using digital is that it not just places the power on your hands to place criticism over others. It gives you the power to solve and contribute to the solution. Organizations like Literati and other nonprofit organizations and tech startups all over the world have been emerging because of how digital has democratized the solution to problems. You see, when we demand governments to solve everything for us, you have the power to solve it together with them using digital. The reality is that digital will never end poverty, racial bias, world hunger. Who are we kidding? But using it to pave the way for these issues to be seen in light, quite literally, is the power of the platform. And quite literally, the power is in your hands. So we've talked about first how digital has fueled the experimental economy and how it is a force multiplier. And the last reason I want to share with you today and how digital can be used as a currency for good is something that hits close to home for all of us right now, especially in the Philippines, now that we're going to go in another lockdown. Digital has the power to fuel the challenger spirit in the Filipinos. When the world stopped in March of last year, our spirits were broken. We all felt confused. We felt lost. I felt personally exasperated. Why can I not go home to Manila? Why am I here? Why is the world upside down? And at the end, in the end, we turned to one singular platform that has allowed us to ask the singular most important question of this generation. Why? Why is there coronavirus? We Google. Why is there a lockdown? We type some more. Why is the virus mutating? I thought there was a vaccine already. We Google. Why did I lose my job? We post on social media and we ask for our peers to console us. If there is anything that digital has brought during the pandemic, it's not just the basic connectivity that we perceive it to be, not just social connection. We learned to question and to challenge the status quo. Mothers decided to ask, why is it best if my child is just indoors? What is the best way to cope with a toddler at home? Women learned how to battle burnout brought by the lockdown and the stress of working from home. We inquired a little further. We became little investigators. Is this really the right data in terms of the number of active cases on COVID-19? We validated news. We cross-referenced it with other sources. We learned to harness the challenger spirit in us, that inquisitive spirit to ask, why? Not long after, Google and Facebook created platforms like Google Classroom, Google for Education, and Facebook Learning. Their main aim was to continue this fire in the belly of everyone, to empower and facilitate virtual classes and learning, to fuel this challenger spirit. It has helped create a channel for us to fuel this inquisitive spirit to ask why and to easily find the answers to the most important question that has helped generations evolve and succeed, to answer why. And this brings me to my final point today. Women are disruptors. We have questioned status quo and demanded for equality long before digital exploded. I want to encourage other women leaders to use their voice to push an agenda of digital that will facilitate learning, education, and a better generation. I want to be able to feel proud about myself that I have a 2-3-year-old niece, and when I wake up in the morning, that I used my mobile phone for good today because I am helping my niece in the next generation solve their generation's problem. We can easily assign digital as a platform that clutters your mind, it amplifies your stress, or we can use it to fuel our own agenda as women. An agenda for good for women, to have a more balanced time for our family, for our career, for ourselves, to instill an inquisitive spirit in the next generation, in our sisters, in our daughters, in our children, and to create solutions that will have a ripple effect in the future. To all the women and gentlemen out there, may you realize one thing. Women are disruptors, and women are a force to reckon with. And put women side by side alongside digital, we are a force multiplier. And today, let's use it for good. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rina Marie Simon. I am open to all your opinions. Follow me at Simon Reina on Instagram. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Rina. That was such a huge and interesting topic indeed. Now, digital has the power to affect our lives positively, more so as women leaders. I'd like to know, how has digital affected your lives, especially in this time of pandemic? Please comment down below. We'd like to hear from you. So from that, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next speaker, Joby, who is also known as the Orange Lady. She is the owner and founder of the Orange Blush Salons and the Orange Institute of Fashion and the Arts. She is also the executive producer and host of Beauty and the Biz on ABS-CBN News Channel and the host of Usapang Beauty on the New Channel. She is a serial entrepreneur who is continuously aiming to work towards long-term plans for the Parlorista at Barbero Kami or PAK Foundation, as well as sharing her knowledge as a speaker, lecturer, and trainer covering topics on beauty, wellness, and business. By being eternally optimistic, focused, and driven, Joby is working on becoming a top-of-mind celebrity beauty entrepreneur and endorser. She is a woman who undoubtedly believes that all things are possible with God. To talk about beauty from within, enjoying a balanced personal and career life, live streaming from Cabanatuan City, ladies and gentlemen, Joby Linsangan Moreno. In a few moments. In the meantime, please do comment your thoughts, your insights, and anything that you have in mind because we would surely love to read some of your comments. And of course, the official event beneficiary for Global Women Who Rule 2021 is I Am Making a Difference. Master Coach A already mentioned I Am Making a Difference, or for short, I Am Mad. We will get to know more about them later on before the event ends, ladies and gentlemen. So, do we have any comments? I'd like to give a shout out to all those that are watching live right now. Thank you very much for joining us on the very first Global Women Who Rule 2021. So, this summit, as I've mentioned earlier, is a celebration of women across different generations, sizes, colors, wherever you are in this world. This is a celebration of you as a woman. And I'm very honored to be a part of this legacy. I call this a legacy because surely this first installment of Global Women Who Rule will not be the last. And so, which among the speeches we've all heard from today are your favorites so far? Yes. Now, please comment down below because, yeah, we would like to give a shout out to all of our viewers right now. So, anyway, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for making this event possible. We have quite a number. Here we go. Of course, the new channel, PuzzleBox BPO Incorporated, Lueur, Morris Garage's Expect Extraordinary, Outcome Advertising, Prettier Placenta, Lamoyan Corporation, of course, thank you to Happy Toothpaste, Well Life, JCI Pinay Power, JCI Makati, JCI Makati Princess Urdua, of course, Orange Salon. We also have Power Max Center, of course, NAS Global, helping you design success. We also have HFSE International School. Of course, we have Lovely Wall Art Printing. Not limited for our grazing boxes. We also have Shismesa, and tray options, Hearty Studio, we have Zen Events, and Beauty Buzz PH. There you have it. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors. All right. So we will be next in line is actually the Orange Lady. I already introduced Miss Joby Linsangan Moreno to everyone. Now, if Miss Joby is ready, maybe we can have her on stream now. Okay. There you go. This is Miss Joby Linsangan Moreno, and I hope you get to watch her. She has a show on the new channel called Usapang Beauty. And of course, she's also the host of Beauty and the Biz on ABS-CBN News Channel. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Joby Linsangan Moreno.
Hello, everyone, and mabuhay! I think you can all hear me right now. And to everyone watching abroad and everywhere else, and here po sa ating globe, at of course in the world, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening. So thank you so much, Ma'am Marcy Ange, for that beautiful introduction. Parang kaunti na lang po ang sasabihin ko kasi go along this afternoon. But before I begin, I would like, of course, to take this wonderful opportunity to thank TNC, the new channel family. Of course, Ma'am Apple Manansala. We also have Sir Lloyd. Thank you so much for this opportunity of being one of global women who ruled 2021, di ba? Kung maging part ka nga ng ganitong event, it's such a wonderful honor, and I hope that tonight or this afternoon, I can somehow share my thoughts on living a joyful and balanced personal career/work life. So are you ready? So natutuwa po ako because our past speakers and past profiles were napakatalagang energetic naman. So hindi ka ba ninebusen, di ba? When you are lined up with such amazing and powerful, empowered women. So once again, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Joby Linsangan Moreno, your Orange Lady, and I'm also an entrepreneur. So I own Orange Blush Salons, hence the name Orange Lady. Ako din po ay isang negosyante. Aside from owning salons, we also have several businesses under our company and family's name. Also, ganun din, I'm also a host for ABS-CBN's new channel in season 1, Beauty and the Biz, and also Usapang Beauty right here on the new channel. Ako din po ay isang Go Negosyo mentor and host. So I am looking forward to becoming a celebrity entrepreneur and host. So today is a very special day because I will be sharing with you a bit about my life. Sana po sa mga nakikinig. Again, I am just 40 years old. I do not claim to be an expert in any field, but I hope somehow these thoughts that work for me, these tips that work for me, can also work for you, can somehow influence you and your lives in living a joyful and balanced work and business life. So here we go. So I'd like to, my topic today is actually about the 10 commandments of the Orange Lady. So before I start, why Orange Lady? Now, this is actually coined by my mentor and manager, none other than Tito Boy Abunda. Good afternoon po. I hope you are watching. So for us, orange color exudes brilliance. It exudes youthfulness, optimism, diba? So whatever orange represents, it's a representation of me. It's always fresh. It's an optimist, but also a realist in a sense that you always find solutions in everything that you are going through. So right now, my first commandment, which is actually very special to me because it's quite personal, is first commandment of the Orange Lady is you put God first. Of course, whether it's in business or in personal life, you know, when you put God first, walang imposible, diba? So, I'm sure kayo din in your own lives, so when you lead your own lives, when you put your first mornings, you know, with the Lord, and you put your last evenings, last time of your night with the Lord, everything just falls into place. So, ganun din po sa buhay. As for me, when you're talking about a joyful, no, balanced personal and business life, I've always envisioned it and I've always planned it to be that the first things are offered to God. So I would like to share a short story of how God called me in my earlier days. I could vividly remember grade 5 po ako noon. We sing in church, all four of us. So we were singing I Love You, Lord. I could remember I was 11 years old. And you know what? I started crying. I really started crying. I didn't know why, but I knew at that moment God met me. So from that day on, I made sure that everything, every plan that I have, every dream that I have, I offer it to Him and I put Him first. And you can always feel God's presence and hand working, when you offer everything to Him. So right now, personally, I am a happy mom of three of Star, of Bu and Bibu. Their ages 12, 10, and 9. And also a wife of one. Syempre, of course, my husband. And I'm happy to say that he's also my first and only boyfriend, which I also prayed for. So you see, amazing things happen when you let God handle your situation. So that's my commandment one, put God first. Our second commandment is treat others the way you want to be treated. So just like the golden rule, I think for me it's very important that you always do unto others what you wanted to be done unto you. So, di ba, you always reap what you sow. So, importante po yun. If you sow seeds of love, of forgiveness, always treat that other person with the utmost love, sincerity, and respect. And regardless, no, kung ano nga ba ang tao ito, whether it's an important person or a regular person, make sure that you are the same, no, the same treatment at the same level of respect is given to both, di ba? O kaya to anyone talaga na meet mo. Kasi it always comes back to you. And what the challenging thing, no, with that is that it has to be modeled by you, by example. So when you want to be treated, so simple lang, in simple terms, let's say, you don't want to be shouted at, then do not shout. 'Di ba? Kung ayaw mong sinusungitan ka, then huwag kang maging masungit. 'Di ba? It's always, whatever you do to others, it will always come back to you. So treat others the way you want to be treated. In short, sabi nga sa Bible, 'di ba? Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Okay? So that's our second commandment. Commandment number 2 from the Orange Lady is treat others the way you want to be treated. Our third commandment is, of course, you have to have quality, undivided time, spend quality, undivided time with your family and loved ones, which is very important, especially now, di ba? Ngayon, pandemic, you get to realize that the best things in life are not things. They're not things. They're actually your health, people that you love. They're actually your time, 'di ba? The love that you have for your family and their love for you, that's what matters now. So I think right now is the best time to sometimes unplug. So naiintindihan ko po, sometimes it's napakadali sa atin that when we wake up, we check on our phone. Before we sleep, we still check on our phone. In the middle of the day, hindi tayo alis ng bahay without the phone. A healthy reminder could be you can unplug your phone sometimes. Whatever distracts you, I think you can unplug sometimes and spend quality and undivided time with your family, because children grow up fast. I could relate to that. And syempre tayo, we grow older din. So it's very important that to live a balanced family and personal life, you have to have a priority on how you can have undivided time. And remember, ang undivided time po ay always scheduled. It never happens by chance. So, hindi po yan po pwedeng pag may time ka lang, pag hindi ka na busy. It should always be a priority for you that you can move on, no? Na magkaroon talaga ng special time and bonding with the family and your loved ones. And of course, our fourth is love your family unconditionally. I think we can all relate to that. But what I'd like to share with you is that when you love your family, I think there's always forgiveness. There's always letting go. There's always not sweating the small stuff. And sometimes it's very difficult, but this is a very wise advice. You let others win. Yes, sometimes it's very healthy that you let others win. Kasi When you do that, you are being the bigger person, di ba? When they go low, you go high. Sabi nga ni Michelle Obama, di ba? So I think for you to be able to have that peace of mind and that you are in control of your emotions and the people around you and your emotions and also the future as well, you have to let others win sometimes. And that's a way of showing how much you love them. And that, people, is how you love unconditionally. You just pray for them, love your enemies, do good to those who hurt you, and pray for those who spitefully use you. Yun ang sabi sa Luke, di ba? From the book of Luke, from the Holy Bible. Now, our 5th until the 10th commandments will deal about our personal and business life. So, my 5th will be dream big and start small. So, ako po, lingid sa kaalaman ng iba, isang medical technologist. I'm also a licensed medical technologist because I was supposed to become a doctor. Yes, because my sister's a doctor. Ang medtech po ay pinag-aralan ko lamang para maging pre-med course natin. Of course, I graduated from GOSTA, University of Santa Tomas. But you know, when God directs you, amazing things happen, things that you never thought would be possible, but trust that He's always in control and He always wants what's best for you. So, after I started Orange the Salon in 2003, ngayon po ay, ako po ay negosyante na, serial entrepreneurs. And if not for the business, I wouldn't have this faith in God na ganun ka-strong at saka ganun kasaya, joyful is different from being happy because joyful is being joyful, having that peace of mind, peace of heart, regardless of the situation, regardless of any fear, regardless of any worry, you are joyful because you know that God is with you and that He is taking care of you. You may see bad news, you may hear a lot of concerning news, but trust that when you have entrusted your heart and soul to God, everything will be okay. So, ang sa atin po, when you dream big, start small. When it comes to reality, you have to make it a point that you only spend what you have. Diba? So when you have that mentality that you spend what you have and then you dream big, because remember, dreaming is for free, diba? But then again, dreaming without a timeline or a due date is just a dream. So it's important that you get to have the timetable, a due date sa inyo pong mga dreams because they have expiration dates, diba? Kailangan alam mo kung kailan mo makakamit ang iyong pangarap sa buhay. So when you dream big, you make sure that it's reachable, that it's of course, kailangan ang iyong pangarap ay it's true to yourself. It makes your heart happy. It makes you beautiful. It makes you feel, kumbaga, you are a contributing member of the society. So, dream big, start small. During my humble beginnings, I invested everything I had from my salaries as medical technologist to the business. And right now, it has grown to a lot of branches and also and led to a lot of different businesses pa. So I hope that you get to do that. Remember, kailangan po nakasulat ng iyong dream as how you can achieve it, on how the business plan should be, you study. You should know how to, of course, reach for that dream. So that's, of course, our number 5. Now, our number 6 is be proactive and focus. So when I say be proactive, I'd like to share a simple example on how proactivity means. My husband and my kids, they get hungry. Hungry. So, pag nagutom sila, talaga namang nagsusungit at saka nawawala sa mood. I think we can all relate to that. But being proactive means you never let them go hungry. Diba? So, para walang sungit, walang bad mood, your job as being a proactive person is to anticipate and to find solutions when challenges come, because it takes a lot of stress out from you because you have planned and you have anticipated this time. So be proactive and focus. A wise man said, stop managing your time and start managing your focus, diba? So dapat you are focused on one thing, and remember, anything that you focused on will keep growing. So dapat kayo din po, diba? Kailangan alam natin where to focus. It's very easy to get distracted, especially during this time, because ang dami pong nagsusulputang mga gadgets, of course, the sites na ang sarap, online shopping, diba? So what's important is that you set a time to, of course, be proactive and focus. All right, then. One of my favorite commandments is commandment number 7, which says, do not complain. Yes, you heard me right. Do not complain. So I think not a lot of people say about a tip like that you do not complain. But I think for me, when you do not complain, you are appreciating the blessings that you have. Complaining just magnifies the problems. Our mantra in the office, at least in our office, what we do is that they present us problems and challenges, but they also present solutions. So that's why no one complains, diba? Kasi it's always easy to point the blame to anyone, kahit nga weather minsan, nagsisisi natin, diba? But when you do not complain and you find solutions as well, then it's easier to move on with life. My kids, we train them, of course, to see the positivity in everything and that not to complain, not to whine, but to find solutions. We always have this game that when they get stressed and they fight. Now what we always tell them is that always be, then they finish the sentence. Sabi nila, thankful. Always find solutions and always smile. So in their little minds and little hearts, I know now when they grow up, they will remember. So for you and for us, kids and adult, as the same katulad po natin, I think we should not complain about life. I think we should be grateful for the blessings instead. And if you're not part of the solution, remember, then just keep quiet, 'di ba? Mas less stressful yon. And of course, it's also another tip on how you can live a balanced and a joyful. Remember, we are talking about joyful. Joyful means happy. Joyful means being beautiful. Joyful means being eternally hopeful, 'di ba? And that is very essential. Not complaining is very essential in living a balanced and joyful family and work/business life. And now, number 8, of course, is for the ladies out there. Ang sabi po sa number 8 is feel beautiful, be beautiful. 'Di ba? So I think it's our responsibility, 'di ba? Ladies, come on. Hindi niyo po pwedeng isisi na kayo ay hindi nag-ayos, kayo ay hindi nakapag-ayos ng mabuti sa buhok, sa kuko, because you don't have time. Remember, you always make time for people and for situations that matter to you. So when you want to become beautiful for your loved one, and then that's the time that joy starts, di ba? Not just within you, pero pansinin mo din sa lahat ng mga tao, mga kasama mo. Because that's how you feel inside. When you feel beautiful, you are beautiful outside. So that's regardless of your age, regardless, of course, of your gender, regardless of your color, regardless of your size. When you exert effort to be beautiful, and it does not need to be expensive, it does not need to be expensive. I just want to be clear. If you are beautiful, if you're presentable all the time, and you make effort to be beautiful, then you are beautiful. So that's our commandment number 8. Feel beautiful and be beautiful. Number 9 is, of course, count your blessings. Always remember that a grateful heart is a magnet for miracles. No, I think it's one of the greatest things that we can do, especially right now. I know everyone's distressed about the pandemic, and everyone, I know in the deepest part of your hearts you worry, diba? But when we count our blessings and we remember God's faithfulness from the old, all the things He's given us, all the answered prayers, I think we will be more grateful. We will even be more grateful because we are here, we are alive, we are talking right now, you are watching, you're all here with us, and we are here for a reason. So I hope tonight when you sleep, you get to count your blessing. Blessings that cannot be bought by money, lahat ng kapamilya mo, lahat ng kaibigan mo, lahat that the time that we have now due to the pandemic, I think we can appreciate not just the small things but the big things that God has bestowed on us, diba? The beautiful sunset, the wonderful wind, na kanina ang lakas ng hangin dito sa Cabanatuan City, you appreciate God's little and small blessings, not just to you, but to your family as well. And more blessings will come, diba? So finally, I'd like to leave you today, with our 10th commandment, which is make your light shine. Find your purpose and seize it. So yun po ang aking calling from I was I had this, I read this verse. That's Matthew 5:16 that I'd like to live with you. It says, make your light shine, and so that others may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. So 38 years old po ako when I read that, and I knew God wanted me to remember that for the rest of my life, because that is my purpose in life. You know, I am here to actually make my light shine so that others may see the good Lord, His good works, and His faithfulness. But the secret I've been trying when I was 38 years old, you know what? When I read that, I was trying so hard to make my light shine. Kasi hindi ko alam, I had to shine, I had to be a light to everyone. But on my 40th birthday, you know what? I knew that God whispered in my heart, you don't have to shine by yourself. You know why? When you get closer to the source of light, you shine naturally. So I think for all of you watching, I think you could shine on your own way, whether it's in business, whether it's at work, whether it's in family. Remember the 10 commandments of the Orange Lady. And I think that is it for me. At sana po, you can also, 10 commandments of the Orange Lady before I leave is here in my book. This is, of course, Beauty and the Biz. It's also a book on all the beauty entrepreneurs that I've interviewed during the first season, but it contains also what everything that I told you about the 10 commandments of the Orange Lady, sharing with you a part of my life. And this is going to be published by ABS-CBN Books on April 8th. So that's my birthday. Regalo ko po sa inyo on April 8th. And it will be available on Amazon. So worldwide po ito. Is going to be free from April 8th to April 12th as introductory sale po natin for all the viewers out there. So it's going to be available on Amazon, Beauty and the Biz, the book, okay? How to live a stress-free life, and of course, balancing your life, thoughts on living a joyful and balanced personal and business life. Okay, so hiningal ako doon. So I hope that somehow I have shared with you my life's hacks and tips. Again, sabi ko nga, when you're a family woman, remember, you're not just a mother, you're not just a wife, you're also a daughter, you're also a sister, also a tita. So you're also a friend to everyone. So I hope that you make your light shine so that others may see it and glorify your Father in heaven. So magandang tanghali, gabi, umaga po sa inyong lahat dito sa Pilipinas at sa buong mundo. Thank you so much, TNC family, and I hope that you are having a beautiful, beautiful weekend. I hope to see you soon sa Usapang Beauty, and thank you so much for having me this afternoon. Again, this is your Orange Lady, Joby Linsangan Moreno. Maraming salamat po. Always find the beauty in everything. God bless you!
Thank you so much to our Orange Lady, Joby. Grabe, that was very inspiring. And thank you for the beautiful message, especially to the men and women pursuing their dreams, be it in their personal or business lives. Ayan. Thank you for sharing the 10 commandments of the Orange Lady. Ako, ang favorite ko is yung number 7, do not complain. I do tend to complain sometimes. What's your favorite commandment? Please comment it down below. I'm sure Marcy Joby would love to know. So next up, we have Nina, the founder and managing director of the first Filipino-run international school in Singapore. She is also a certified public accountant in the Philippines who migrated with her family to Red Dot in 2009. A mother of 3 and a devoted wife to her husband, Gary, she is an active member of the Business Network Group, or BNG Singapore, a group of Filipino business leaders operating in the country that collaborates for common good of our dear kababayans. She advocates for the hashtag #BeYoutiful, calling to help others achieve their highest potential. She will talk about Call to Be Beautiful, understanding the beauty of your personal calling through education. Live streaming from Singapore, ladies and gentlemen, Nina Sulit Kakananta.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good evening and good morning to the rest of the world who's currently watching this live summit. Nina Lynn Sulit Kahananta, the founder and managing director of HFSE International School, the first Filipino-run international school here in Singapore. I am deeply honored to be invited as one of the keynote speakers. I always feel that whenever I'm invited to share our happy story to others, there's a deep message that God wants me to share to everyone. So before I forget, I would like to thank you for listening and spending your precious time with us, with all of us, with the rest of the 22 speakers. You're greatly appreciated and loved, especially to our families here in Singapore, to our HFSE family, to my family back in the Philippines, to all of my friends all over the world. Yeah, you're listening to this summit not just because you're supporting your friend, relative, colleague, boss, or loved one. You're here because God wants to ignite that dream that He puts into your heart to become a reality. And I hope that tonight or this afternoon, I'll be able to be one of that few with the rest of the few women here that will support and encourage you to fulfill it because God is calling, is asking you to say yes to His calling. Ayan. It's very much nakakakaba po kasi magagaling po yung mga nakalinya sa atin ngayong araw na to, and I'm very much really privileged. So we are called by God in many different ways. For me, as a wife, as a mother, as a leader, and as an educator, you know, never in my lifetime I ever thought of being a school founder. Much more in an overseas land. I never thought of even being a teacher, much more of a school owner, maybe a business owner, as most of us here. But because I was raised by an accountant and grew with a sari-sari store, God called us to where we can flourish and bloom. And I have accepted that this calling that I have answered, even I am an accountant, I was lined to being in the industry of education. And I would like to share with you what are my learnings and my current learnings and over everyday learnings. And I hope that these learnings can really inspire you and can help you say yes to God because you are called to be beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. What does be beautiful means? Oh, yeah. We have to understand what does beautiful means. That means be yourself to fullness. When we are called to a particular calling or particular mission, God is calling us to just be ourselves. Whatever it is that God has given us, we are already that's all what we need. Yun yung kailangan mo. Nandun na yun sa iyo. So, but I want to give another acronym to BYTF. Yan. For this particular summit, I want to give that another name. So for B, the first one is B, is do your best. Be the best that you can be. Compete only with yourself. You know, sometimes back in when I was still young, I find competition very uncomfortable. Nahihirapan po akong sumali kasi for me, I don't want competition. I want more of like, I just wanted to do what I love and what I do best. But later on, as I understand the concept of competition, it's not competing with other people, it's competing with yourself. And in HFSE, we are actually rolling on the dice. And dice means discipline, integrity, consistency, and excellence. Yung dice na yan, kailangan natin para maging magaling tayong tao nilalang. At kung ano man yung binigay sa atin ni Lord, mapapaganda natin. So, our mindset should be always to give our best all the time in whatever circumstances we may be. That if you do your best and still land on the second place or third place, you remain a winner. Because what you have done to that is you did your best. Ginawa mo yung kayang-kaya mo, and that already made you the winner. And if you happen to be in the first place, you should continue to work with your task to make it better and better. It's not about winning against other, but overcoming the previous best of your new best. Be the best version of yourself. Yan. So, next one is to be you. You. That means build yourself, build your own universe. When you say your own universe, I have this favorite author. He is Paulo Coelho. One of his book called the he's one of his book says, whatever you want, when you want something, all the universe conspire in helping you achieve it. When I wanted to share with you and relate with you during the time that when we came in here back in 2009, my own dream is only to have a greener pasture. So magkaroon kami ng magandang buhay, especially that I'm still a young mother then. I just gave birth, and we want to have a greener pasture in Singapore. And Singapore is something that we thought we can put up our family. But at the end of the day, there are a lot of things that's happening. Things that I didn't want to happen. And then I realized we just have to build ourselves. Build yourself, your own universe. You can create your own world. You can define what's going to have in it, what's going to be in that particular world. When I put up HFSE, when I was called in to build this wonderful community, I was very hesitant because I thought, how can I do this? How can I make this community a better community? How can I further help other people? In that particular universe that I wanted to build in, there are things that's happening around. And in that universe that includes myself alone, that are, as mentioned by previous speakers din, maraming kalaban tayo sa sarili nating mundo. And with that's within in ourselves, our inner battle, yung laban natin on, are we good enough? Are we enough for this particular task? Or are we, kaya ba natin gawin yung mga bagay na tinawag sa atin ni Lord? And while we are building those our confidence in ourselves, marami tayong kalaban. And yung kalaban na yun, may dalawang boses. Yung sa universe na binubuo natin, may dalawang boses. And we have to choose which voice we have to listen to. Yung bang boses na nagsasabing, hindi mo kaya yan? Hindi mahirap yan? Nako, madaming gagawin dyan. Mahirap, hindi madali ang mag-put up ng school. Pero alam mo sa sarili mo, and you were really called to put up because that's something that God puts in your heart, is really building you to become better and better. I tell you, there may be quite a number of people who were amazed on what I have achieved because they thought I can do it. But there are also other people who were amazed because but they didn't thought I can do it. During that yung habang bata, before I was when I was during my growing up year, there were a lot of people whom I've met, and probably or part of that beautiful story that give me have said many things that put me to not believing in myself in that particular. There are many noise murmuring around that I'm not good enough, I'm not beautiful enough. I listened to them. I took some of the remarks by heart. Let it struck like a sword and has really put myself with a very low self-esteem. And when I was growing up, I was also put I put a facade that I can do it. But deep within, in my own universe, I was hurting. I was feeling low. And then I realized that I need to build my own universe. That universe and that particular person is the only person that is on my universe is myself. Gawin niyo po yun. That tells me I can do it. That particular universe wherein I want to build, I can do it. I am good enough. I am the child of God. And when I was able to build that particular universe, thereafter, ayun, nagpunta na tayo dun sa susunod na letter. Sa T. Trust. Trust yourself. Trust God. When you trust God, you're already giving all your 100% on whatever calling that He is asking you. Balik po tayo sa story ng HFSE, ng Happy Family School of Excellence back in 2016, 15, when I was doing the feasibility study as bilang accountant, kailangan po natin yun. When I was doing the feasibility study ng HFSE, I was really very enthusiastic. I don't know where the enthusiasm comes in, but I know for a fact, kakayanin ko ba to? Parang hindi ko naman magagawa. I was given that particular dream in my heart na I really want to help other people. And this is my dream, to help others, to help them to become their fullest potential. And that is the dream that God puts in my heart. But then after, meron kaming battle with God. And how when I was on my moment of saying yes to the calling that He asked me. I asked God, can I really do it? Do I have all these things that I need? Kasi accountant lang naman ako. I don't teach. I did homeschool my son, but I didn't teach. Pero I know kayong lahat, and those who are watching right now, God put that dream in you because He believes that you can do it. That particular dream, He has given you all those mga kailangan mo para ma-fulfill mo yung calling na yun. So at hindi lang naman ikaw ang gagawa ng calling. Hindi lang ikaw, hindi lang ako, hindi lang isang tao ang ang gagawa ng mission. Ang mission ni Lord para sa iyo makasama sa mission ng ibang tao. Sa Happy Family nung kami nagsisimula po, bawat tao na dumating, they came in at the right time. And even at this point in time, they came in at the right time, and they go at the right time as well. There are a lot of things that you during that particular time na akala mo na hindi na matutuloy, or you're on the deepest valley of your life or journey, doon pa rin tayo humuhugot na binigyan tayo ng pagkakataon ni Lord na mag-serve sa community, and that particular dream that God put in you, He has lined up. Na plano na ni Lord ang lahat ng mangyayari sa life natin, and we just have to trust Him. Kung sino yung mga taong ibibigay niya at kung sino yung mga taong magpapabuti at to make yourself to be better. Ayan po. So, we have to trust God. We have to give our full trust with God. That means when we are trusting God, we are also trusting ourselves. That whatever decision you have made, whatever kung ano man yung mapuntahan mo dahil dito at ito yung plano at ito yung dinadirect sa'yo ni Lord. That means that it's also it's His will. Di ba po? A sister shared to me, sabi nila, what if Mama Mary, yung ano ba yung sobrang ano, di ba? Nakaka-inspire yung yes ni Mama Mary to bear Jesus. That's also a recon to me. Kasi what if I didn't say yes to God to put up the HFSE International School or to put up the Homeschool Support Center? Paano na kaya yung ibang paano kaya yung ibang family? What this particular yes that God is being asked, yung tinatawag ni Lord sa iyo. Kung ano man yan na you're still contemplating, you're still hesitant to do, or a dream that you wanted to do, or you're still not sure if it is really ayan yung talang gusto. Just remember how a yes to God made all of us to be saved. Diba? Yung yes ni Mama Mary. And for me, I would always wonder when yung time na ayokong tanggapin ang calling to put up an HFSE, the school, because I knew for a fact having a business, more of having a school entails a lot, and I mean a lot of challenges, and I've been through that. I'm just glad that for this particular calling in this kind of field in education, God is really giving you that enough patience, enough love, enough enough necessity traits that you need na kakayanin mo yung calling, yung journey. Yan. So yung trust natin kay Lord, nandyan lang yun. And of course, that particular dream, and I would quote in a story sa Bible as well, na yung mustard seed, diba? The mustard seed is very small, and that very small is that mustard seed that God is putting in your heart. Kung gusto niyo magkaroon ng business, or kung gusto niyo magkaroon ng whatever bit another school, diba? Or another good position or role in whatever company, or you want to build a family, or you want to go abroad, or you want to whatever it is, that the dream that God has put in you, that dream you need to nurture it, and that dream is really what God wants you to do, and He has given you all those things na kailangan nyo para ma-fulfill yung mission nyo. Yan. So just say yes to the Lord.
Thank you very much, Nina. Grabe, I have so much takeaway from what you said, but mainly you are capable of building your own universe. God calls us to where we will flourish, and more importantly, listen to that voice inside you that will build you to become better. Yes, thank you, Nina. Now, moving on to our next speaker. Gail is the country director of DynaQuest Technology Services Incorporated, an award-winning blockchain solutions. This is for the emerging and frontier markets. A BPO expert for 19 years, Gail currently serves as a board member and recently elected as a corporate secretary of the Healthcare Information Management Association of the Philippines. She pioneered the women blockchain movement in the Philippines and was featured in different known publications such as Inquirer, BitPinas, MIA, and as women blockchain influencer, empowered women and women disruptors. She was recognized among the 21 women in blockchain to watch out for by an international publication based in London, UK, and among the 21 women who led the blockchain movement by an international publication based in Florida, USA. A graduate of legal management in the University of Santo Tomas and certified blockchain expert, Gail is an epitome of a leader who is brave, strong, motivational, and reputable. Happily married to Orvin Macapagal for 13 years and is blessed with three beautiful children, she considers the success of her company and her personal journey in life as intertwined. That is why she does everything with passion and integrity. To talk about women breaking the glass ceiling in blockchain, live streaming from Taguig City, ladies and gentlemen, Gail Cruz Macapagal.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, TNC and Apple, for the invitation. It's still International Women's Month, so to all the women out there, happy International Women's Day to us. I'm deeply honored today to be part of the first batch of Global Women Who Rule 2021. Women represent half of the world's population and half of its potential. Despite significant progress made on gender equality and women's empowerment, just a small number of women hold C-level positions in an organization, especially in large corporations. The recent advancement of women into key leadership roles in business, government, academe, and nonprofit organizations are seen by many as positive impact on making a difference to society. Back in the days when you heard the term breaking the glass ceiling, you may have envisioned an epic scene from a movie. Today, the phrase refers to upper level workforce opportunities proven to be hard to penetrate to most minorities and women. Pioneering the Philippine women in blockchain influencers and disruptors, we are all innovators and leaders in our own rights, as our contribution enables blockchain locally and showcase the Philippines' capability to stage world-changing solutions across the industry verticals. As the industry matures into the next big thing in frontier technologies that will redefine business and information processes in the 2020s decade, these innovative women in blockchain are making their mark. My goal is to inspire other women to act in blockchain, to imagine a concept and build a business model in the emerging decentralized economies of blockchain. Women who broke the glass ceiling. You would know that Corazon Cojuangco Aquino is our first woman president of the Philippines, and Hillary Clinton, first woman to win the presidential popular vote, Condoleezza Rice, first Black woman Secretary of State, Jeanette Rankin, first woman in Congress, and of course, Kamala Harris, who is the Vice President of the United States. Other influential women in business and entertainment. Martha Stewart is the first self-made billionaire. Catherine Bigelow, first woman to win an Oscar for Best Director. Aretha Franklin, first woman inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. First self-made Black woman billionaire is Oprah Winfrey. How can women break through the glass ceiling? A Grant Thornton report entitled Women in Business Beyond Policy to Progress states that while 75% of businesses had at least one woman in a senior management role in 2018, compared to 66% in 2017, women still hold only 24% of senior roles globally. In India, the current percentage of senior roles held by women is only 20%, though it has already increased marginally from 17% in 2017. The good news is that the Philippines is number one when it comes to having women leaders, according to the same Grant Thornton report. Let me quote Kamala Harris, the current Vice President of the Philippines. She said, "What I want young women and girls to know is that you are powerful and that your voice matters. My achievements when it comes to women blockchain movement would be, as mentioned in my introduction, eCrypto USA, 21 Women in Blockchain who lead the blockchain movement. FinTech Review, 21 Women in Blockchain to watch out for. Women Disruptors in Blockchain from the Philippines from the Inquirer. And Black Tides and Asia Token Fund, Powerful Women in Blockchain and Technology 2021. These are my major accomplishments, but one and my favorite accomplishment of all is that I am a board member of Humanility. It is a nonprofit organization, and we have a shelter in Makati and in Bogos City in Cebu. And I would like to greet them all. They're all watching me today. These kids have formed my deep love and respect to all that are neglected and those that are left in the streets. So let me tell you about blockchain. Blockchain technology market size is worth 7.59 billion by 2024, according to the Grand View research. World Economic Forum said that blockchain could boost trade finance by 1 trillion. 84% of companies surveyed are studying blockchain, according to BWC. 95% of companies surveyed are invested in blockchain technology, said Deloitte. To better explain the impact of blockchain, blockchain can help solve inefficiencies within the trust boundary of a single company and enable better workload in the enterprise across all industry verticals, as per Microsoft. Deloitte said at its core, blockchain provides a specific set of capabilities: transparency, trust, disintermediation, auditability, and smart contracts. Kenneth Research mentioned that the global blockchain and pharmaceutical supply chain management market is expected to register a CAGR of 22.5 during the forecast period of 2019 to 2024. To better explain the impact of blockchain, here and now, industries using blockchain. So the sectors that are currently using blockchain, 30% would be banking and finance, 13% government and public goods, 12% insurance, 8% healthcare, 8% media, entertainment and gaming, 6% generic, 6% technology services, 4% professional services, 3% energy and utilities, 3% manufacturing, 7% others. Blockchain applications. What are powered by blockchain? These are smart contracts, digital identities, securities, and digital currencies. For smart contracts, it includes digital ownership, gaming escrow. For securities, it includes equities, private markets, credit and debt, crowdfunding, public funding. For digital identities, they are national ID, healthcare, titles, private ownership, passports, elections, intellectual property, education, and credentials. For digital currencies, it would be e-commerce, digital wallets, global payments, remittances, P2P transactions, and microfinances. Finding your identity in the decentralized economies. In blockchain, there are no traditional roles for men and women. The future is what you make it. You can be a follower, a leader, an adopter, a pioneer, an entrepreneur, or a specialist. Your future in blockchain is how you build it. Call to action. You can start your blockchain journey today. But first, let me walk you through your blockchain journey kit. You would need knowledge, blueprint, vision, and connections. For knowledge, you could take up blockchain courses and blockchain immersion. For blueprint, you could change an existing process and simplify it and turn it into blockchain. For vision, the vision is yours. It is your journey. For connections, everyone you meet is a connection. Never burn bridges. Your connections could be your business partners, your resource providers, your business associations, your associates, other organizations, service providers, industry associations, colleagues, institutions, and suppliers. My advice for young women: do not be afraid. Activate, accelerate, and thrive. Activate your connection. accelerate your learning process, and thrive in blockchain. Blockchain is empowering and building tomorrow's economy. So let me tell you about our project, the passion project of DynaQuest. The Caraga Convergence Initiative. Caraga is the first step towards a national identity system for the indigenous people of the Philippines. With a program and framework set, DynQuest is looking at a national level of deployment with the help of indigenous community leaders, working with partners, international agencies, the government, and nonprofit organizations to design and deliver a solutions framework that will benefit indigenous communities through education and donation, among others. Let me explain to you what our project is in detail. So imagine that you're an indigenous person and that you were born in the Caraga region. So our first goal is to register, enroll, and provide irrevocable identities to the indigenous people of Caraga as a precursor to the National PhilSys program. So if you were born in the Caraga region, Region 13, as an indigenous person, you do not have access to a birth certificate. If you do not have a birth certificate, you cannot enroll in schools, you do not have access to healthcare, you do not have access to banking and finance. So what do we want to do? First, we want to give them that national identity, and then moving forward, give them a digital economy based in blockchain. So for example, I am a farmer and I have a young coconut or buko. I sell it to a middleman at 1 peso. The middleman then sells it to the market or to whoever wants to buy it at 50 pesos. So lugi na kagad ng 49 pesos ang mga mamamayan ng Caraga, ang mga ating indigenous people. So they are exploited in that way. If we give them their identity, if we give them their digital economy, then they will get the 50 pesos that they truly and rightfully deserve. So once we roll this out to the Caraga region, our goal is to roll this out in the entire Philippines. And as early as now, there are already countries that have gotten in touch with us because they want to model our business proposition. Countries such as Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos also has a lot of indigenous people. So once this rolls out to the Philippines, eventually this will be also rolled out to the entire world. My advice to the young women out there, we can all break the glass ceiling, not just in blockchain, but in whatever we want to do and in whatever we want to aspire for. People who know me already know that I've been through a lot of heartbreak, a lot of trials and difficulties in my life, which includes losing a son at 2 years old. So when you try to bounce back and when you try to focus on what you want to achieve in life, then it will happen. And by God's grace and by God's will, everything that is meant to you will happen when it's time. You just have to wait and you just have to have extreme faith because you will get what you deserve in God's perfect time. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening. This is Gail Macapagal, Country Director of DynaQuest, a proud mom, a proud mother, and a proud woman. Happy International Women's Month, everyone.
Wow, thank you so much, Gail. That was really heartwarming and challenging at the same time for me. I'm truly honored to be introducing and listening to women leaders that are in the world of the digital. Now, Gail's goal, of course, is to inspire other women to learn and get into blockchain. She said, do not be afraid. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our first batch of speakers and two more batches to go. Yes, you heard me right. Dalawa pa po ang batches ng ating mga awesome women leaders that will talk to us later on. Meanwhile, I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank our sponsors for making this event possible. PuzzleBox BPO Incorporated, The New Channel, Lueur International Corporation, MG Philippines, Outcome Advertising, 38 Placenta, Lamoyan Corporation, Happy Toothpaste, Well Life, JC Pinay Power, JCI Makati, JCI Makati Princess Urdua, Orange Salon, PowerMax Center, NASE Global Private Limited, HFSE International School, Handicrafts PH by Lovely Wall Art Painting, Not Limited, Chismesa, Tray Options, Heartist Studio, Zen Events, and of course, Beauty Buzz PH. Again, we would like to hear from you, ladies and gentlemen. Feel free to comment your thoughts, your insights, your reactions. I love what I'm seeing in the comment section. I'm also engaging with you guys. So, because we would love to read them later on. These comments of yours, these insights of yours are important, especially to our speakers. In the meantime, please stay on stream. We will be right back with more.
The MG5. Fuel-efficient engine, electric sunroof, 10-inch infotainment system, 360-degree vehicle view, spacious interiors. The MG5 with room and features you wouldn't expect from a subcompact sedan. For a driving experience that's larger than life, make way for the MG5. Big in features, big in comfort.
This is Emma Mary Tiglao for Lueur. New face of beauty, new look of power.
Kahit hindi muna tayo magkita ng harap-harapan, at ang reunion, minuto lang. Kahit tago ang ngitian, at pigil ang yakapan. Kahit na di maipakita ang saya, at ang pictures natin, puro mata. Kahit na nag-iba, at nagbago na ang mundo, at di ko man makita ang ngiti mo. Basta alam kong ligtas ka, happy na ako.
we are back. I hope you all feel the positive energy brought to us by this celebration. We truly appreciate the energy that you have been giving us. So keep those comments coming. We will be reading them, of course. Now let's move on to our second batch of speakers. First up is Carla. She is the Senior Vice President of Content at the Asian Parent, Southeast Asia's largest parenting content and community platform that reaches over 30 million parents monthly. Carla leads the Asian Parents web and app content strategy, as well as the growth of its online community across the region. Carla has in-depth knowledge of the publishing value chain, with more than 17 years of experience in strategy, partnerships, and operational content roles. Here to talk about the Mommy Happiness Report, live streaming from San Juan City, ladies and gentlemen, Carla Perlas.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Carla Perlas, and I'm the SVP of Content at The Asian Parent. When I was invited to speak at today's summit, I instantly thought of sharing what Asian moms are thinking and feeling these days. We have a robust community at The Asian Parent, and we have an app that is a wealth of insights into this particular audience. So, why have I decided to report on mommy happiness? Well, this pandemic, it's hit us real hard, and dare I say, even more so for mothers. I'm a full-time working mother, and when our only yaya was quarantined in her barangay last March of 2020, for the 3 months that our borders were closed, I struggled to juggle the roles of being a mom, wife, learning partner to my kids, babysitter, housekeeper, cleaner, cook, lavandera, not to mention, on top of these responsibilities, I had my full-time job at the Asian Parent. And I was managing our content team of over 60 members spread out across Asia. So in between helping my family, I had to get on various Zoom meetings to help my team cope and stay productive amidst the uncertainty of the pandemic. So the concept of the mental load, which refers to women's invisible labor of being the one in charge of remembering what needs to get done, who does what, and making sure they actually get done, had never been more true for me than during that very trying period. I was mentally, physically, and emotionally exhausted. I was ready to wave the white flag and say, hell no. While women may be able to have it all, we can't do it all. So during the beginning of the pandemic and the debilitating lockdown period, I won't deny that there were numerous moments of self-doubt, of experiencing imposter syndrome, even when it came to my job. But I came to realize that I wasn't alone in what I was going through. Moms all over the world, and as I've observed of our community at the Asian Parent, were being driven crazy and being pushed to the edge because of the pandemic and being confined at home with more things to do and burdens to carry than they were used to handling. And the worrying, the carrying on of tasks, they never end for us moms, right? We're up before the kids are awake and still up even after they're asleep. So I wanted to understand better what really drives moms to keep going, despite the exhaustion. And I got to know so much about the Asian mom during this pandemic because, I wanted to validate what I was going through, that I wasn't alone or that I wasn't an isolated case. If the first slide, could we open it? Thank you. Okay. At the Asian Parent, we run a lot of polls on our app to better understand our audience from those insights and be able to cater to their needs and concerns. One poll we ran, which got almost 10,000 responses, asked mothers from Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore, Vietnam, Malaysia, and the Philippines what their biggest concerns were as moms. And according to them, their two biggest concerns are, number one, will I have enough breast milk for my baby? And followed closely by number two, will I be a good mother? Among Pinoy moms, it's the reverse. The question of will I be a good mother received the most votes, followed by will I have enough breast milk? You know, that question, will I have enough breast milk? It's so rooted in a mother's insecurity about her capability to provide sustenance for her child, no? You know, breastfeeding is the ultimate symbol of giving and nurturing, you know, of a mother's love as well as her emotional bond with her baby. And when a mother struggles to breastfeed, it's frustrating. And that sense of inadequacy often drives a mom to feel ashamed. Right? So the next question, you know, will I be a good mother? It's such a powerful question with so much underlying meaning. With that question, a mother is also asking, will my child love me? Will my child trust me? Will I be able to make sound judgments and decisions when it comes to the well-being of my child? If I'm not a good mother, then will my child not turn out good as well? Now that's a frightening thing for a parent. No parent wants to raise a bad child. Next slide, please. And perhaps that question, will I be a good mother, is the reason why from the moment a woman discovers that she's pregnant, that she's carrying a little one she would need to nurture, all of her focus suddenly becomes about this child and his or her needs. The woman's sense of self becomes secondary, invisible even, because the baby comes first, and making sure that he or she turns out healthy and good. And as you'll see on this slide, 76% of Southeast Asian moms have either strongly agreed or simply agreed with the statement that their baby became their priority when they gave birth. Among our Filipino mom respondents, 90% of them have said the same. So what becomes of a woman when her sole focus now is on her baby? We posted some poll questions that were based on the Edinburgh Postpartum Depression Scale, or EPDS, to gauge how happy moms have been lately. The EPDS is a self-reported screening questionnaire that mothers answer within 6 to 12 weeks after giving birth. And based on 10 questions, the results help them to identify any possible symptoms of depression. In the next couple of slides, I'll share with you the results of some of the polls that were based on the EPDS. Next slide, please. Okay, there. So we asked mothers to answer based on how they were generally feeling in the last 7 days. As you can see, you know, about 47% or almost half of Southeast Asian moms are either sad or miserable quite often or most of the time, while 62% say they've been so unhappy that they've had difficulty sleeping sometimes or most of the time. The numbers are pronounced among Filipino mothers. 55% say they feel sad or miserable quite often or most of the time, while 45% or almost half of our Pinay mom respondents have been so unhappy that they couldn't sleep. However, it's not all doom and gloom. So next slide, please. It seems that, you know, after a little over a year of living through this pandemic, Southeast Asian moms generally have a positive outlook. 58% of them have said that they still look forward with enjoyment to things, while in another poll, 59% have said that they are still able to laugh and see the funny side of things as much as they could. In the Philippines, however, majority or 45% have said that laughing and seeing the funny side of things doesn't happen to them quite so often these days. While 50%, as you'll see on this slide, say that lately they have looked forward to things with enjoyment rather less than usual. One Pinay mom commented, you know, on not being able to laugh as much these days. She said, "Hindi na gaano kadalas. Mas pagod at walang tulog masyado araw-araw. Matulog na lang gusto ko ngayon." To quickly translate, she's tired, she wants to sleep because she hasn't had any sleep day to day. So next slide, please. It's no wonder then that on this slide, we have 59% of Southeast Asian moms saying they'd like their husbands or partners to help out more on the day-to-day parenting responsibilities. Moms are tired, they're exhausted, they need a partner to share the load. And we ran a poll, you know, that asked moms to tick all the tasks that they'd like their husbands or partners to help them on. Of the various daily childcare tasks, playing with a baby is at the top of the list, followed by, which I found interesting, carrying the baby. This I can totally relate to. And to the moms out there, how many times have you passed on your baby to your husband or a relative only for your baby to start crying and reaching out to you to carry them? I mean, my goodness, we carried them for 9 months in our womb. They gave us backaches, cramps, and swelling. You'd think we'd finally get a break, right, once they're born. But alas, I have an almost 6-year-old and she still likes mama to carry her. So the next two would be, after helping to carry their baby, mothers would also want fathers to help in putting their child to sleep and cleaning up after their child. Having shared these quick insights into our Asian moms, let me go back to my question earlier. What becomes of women when their sole focus becomes all about their children? Well, they're tired, exhausted, they're miserable, and while not a majority, there is still that 42% of moms who say that laughing about things and looking forward to things with enjoyment don't happen quite as much as they did. But, the real takeaway here is not to highlight how exhausted mothers are, but to highlight the importance of caring for mothers, not just their babies. Remember the slide earlier, 76% of moms focus more on their baby than on their well-being. Of course, that's understandable since babies can't take care of themselves, right? But we must also remember that our babies, our families, our home, even our workplace, they are all extensions of us, mothers, right? Mothers are the core, the heart, the hub from where everything starts. So when mommy is tired, sick, or unhappy, it affects everyone and everything else around her. So what is the best way to care for a baby? Take very good care of mommy first. And it certainly helps to have a great support system that's taking care of her, whether at home, at work, or in public places. My support system, and I'm going to do a shout out, my husband, Eric. He's been my partner in crime during this pandemic, helping out with the chores and taking care of our 2 girls, being the designated dishwasher and the kids' bum washer, supermarket runner, and being the all-around goofball to lighten up my mood whenever things get heavy. He totally gets the saying, happy wife, happy life. So to end my segment, I just want to thank TNC for hosting this summit that not only celebrates women and their achievements, but also gives us a platform for discussions on how we can better help women as a whole. Thank you, TNC. Thank you, everyone, for watching and listening to my talk. Happy Women's Month, everyone.
Thank you very much, Carla. I've always wondered what the Mommy Happiness Report was all about. And then upon seeing the statistics, man, just thinking about it, mothers truly are superheroes. Our next speaker is a multi-awarded leader in charity, advocacy, as well as industry services for over 2 decades. Mitch is currently an assistant governor of the Rotary International District 2 3800, president of Inner Wheel Club of Antipolo Central, vice president of Philippine Marketing Association, and president of Pasig City Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated. In 2009, Mitch was recognized as a Young Market Masters awardee. She is the current CEO and project director of X-Links Events. She has 4 offsprings, namely Marielle, Lueur, Descartes, Neo Emmanuel, and Skylands, and is having the best time of their lives together with her loving husband, Orly. Mitch believes that the size of your heart is the size of your world. Outlive yourself through service to humanity. Mitch is going to talk about surviving the pandemic through social connection. Live streaming from Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Michelle De Ocampo Ballesteros.
Good afternoon, everyone. Streaming live here from Pasig City. I hope everyone is safe and everyone is happy. Love, 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 and hugs, virtual hugs to all. Okay, my topic this afternoon is surviving pandemic through social connection. Okay, I'd like to start it with the words like this. No man is an island. We are all connected with each other. We just have to find our ikigai, our own purpose in this world. They also say that the size of your heart is the size of your world. Well, for me, that works because I am happy always to share myself to others. I am a very sociable person. Amidst the call for social distancing or physical distancing, I insist to be socially connected virtually. That's how I maintain my mental health. Of course, we all have to be connected. Who would you talk to? But also people. You are humans. You have to connect with humans also, as well as take care of the other things around us. I cannot live without connecting with people. My father would always tell me to become confident as a person, that despite uh, our humble life then, people are still equal when it comes to doing services to others. The great equalizer is the genuine heart to serve others. The great equalizer is that heart that can serve others. Okay? Please share some slide, please. My parents would always tell me then to be responsible as the firstborn in the family. I always have to look after my siblings. My sense of responsibility was honed and enhanced by this principle of living and serving others. So here I am. I am always connected with others through the groups that I have. Okay. From my elementary years, I have been living with people around me, people who are trusting me to lead the group for a project, to make things happen, to lead and help people. That is why my career went towards people connection, sales, marketing, relationship building, and nurturing connections until I become an event organizer, leading people to gather and share economic opportunities and livelihood together. Be a conduit of blessings that God is continuously giving me in this life. All that I have now is a result of God's graces and trust of people I encounter along my journey. When lockdown was declared, March 2020, ECQ happened, event services got hit badly. That was the very devastating situation to remember. But because of prayers, guidance, sharing of talents, time and skills, and the people who are believing in us, X-Link Events, the company that I lead. Share slide, please. X-Link Events was able to pivot, adjust, adapt to the virtual execution of events. With over 100 events executed since April 2020, X-Link Events has been very blessed in serving our clients who continuously trust and refer us to other clients also who would need our services to manage, broadcast, and stream the virtual events that they have missed and are missing until now. Word of mouth, satisfied, happy clients will really sustain us as we thrive in this new world with COVID virus around. My heart that is always willing to serve organizations and people, helping and making things happen to make people happy is now doing its purpose. My ikigai is there already. Social connection, as the Bacon law says, will fulfill its meaning through this. Your friend is a friend of others, and a friend of others that can also be your friend later. That helped us a lot and is still continuously helping us now to survive, sustain, and go on, carry on in this pandemic era. Who knows you can lead the way for you to be known by others. And that can broaden your circle of friends and form your world of connection to people around. We are very grateful that our belief, people who need people are the luckiest people. Of course, we still have to connect with each other. This will sustain us in this new virtual world that foster social and economic connections. This is a sharing economy. And we have to share ourselves to others to outlive our life. As I always summarize it, sabi nga ng mga staff, medyo nabibingyan na sila rito, but I will always tell this. Selflessness in friendship and service to humanity through service above self. That is combination of Rotary and inner wheel belief, which is our principle in serving others. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so those are the connections that we have. As you can see, so many organizations around. Next slide, please. Okay. And as I end this talk, I'd like to share with you, these are the posters of over 100, some of the posters of over 100 virtual events that we did already for clients and for our organizations. And as I end this talk, I'd like to wish you all safety, happiness, blessings, everyone. Love, continue loving, and continue being with your family and all the friends that are making you happy, and you also make them happy through your sharing that you can do. Let me end this by sharing a video which we are considering as our pride so far. Discover what we can do together. Thank you very much. I hope everyone is safe. God bless you all. Thank you. Video, please.
We are back. Thank you so much, Mitch. What a very timely and current topic to talk about. So, can we all relate to this? I'd like to know, please, how has social connection helped you through this time of pandemic? We'd like to know. Comment your thoughts below. Now, moving on to our next speaker. Julie is a result-oriented professional with more than 24 years of experience in the field of ad sales, connection planning, omni-channel marketing solutions, branded content campaign, and commercial mobilization for strategic initiatives and developmental platform. She has worked for top companies and entities here and abroad and is currently the ad sales head of the ABS-CBN Corporation. Julie graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in communication research from the University of the Philippines in 1993. Married to a frontliner and has been blessed with two wonderful children. Joining us to talk about advocating service and truth, live streaming from San Juan City, ladies and gentlemen, Julie Alfaro Santiago.
Hi, everyone. So happy Saturday. In spite of what's happening out there, I think we owe it to ourselves to be happy and positive. And thank you, Angie, for the introduction. So, again, I'm Julia Alfaro Santiago. I'm the founding trustee for the UP Debate Society Alumni Association. Professionally, Angie gave you all the details. I am an ad sales professional. I've spent 22 years in aggregate with the Capamilya uh, network. Okay. And aside from that, I've also had my stint outside of the network. So for a while, I was COO for Hinge Inquirer. And then I was also director for Turner International Asia Pacific. But this afternoon, I want to set aside all those titles. And in all simplicity, as you can see, I will talk from the heart of an advocate. So I'm an advocate of truth and sense. Truth and sense, right? Inner sense, we need that. It is a life skill that everybody has to possess, especially in this digital age. And being exposed to the rudiments of dialogue, constructive argumentation, and debate, this is one thing that builds that inner sense of truth, that inner sense of critical thinking, and of trying to uncover what is propaganda from reality. It kind of sounds highfalutin. That's why, I come here in all simplicity as a symbol to say that all these things are really, they're nothing to be scared of. They're nothing to be frightened about. These are things that we can teach the children. And I actually put that together with a group, a big plan to work with the DEP and the LGU to start holding hands with the teachers of the primary school level in the marginalized sectors of education. So why is this? Truth. That's really important nowadays. There's a lot of fake news going around. Children, they're always on screen and they're fed with all these stimuli. What do they really know about fact check, about censorship, right? Now, um, the art of debate, critical thinking, that's taught in schools, yes, but only in the private sectors, right? And not even all the private schools have it, either as part of the curriculum or extracurricular, right? But what we want to do is to make sure that this kind of exercise, this kind of discipline, also reaches the broader base of our society. And yes, we start with the children. We start the teachers that move the minds of the young Filipinos. And you know what? This is the saucy part of my story. You might want to ask, okay, an ad sales girl. She's all about numbers, right? Hit this level of sales, hit your target. How are you performing? Monthly, quarterly, yearly? How did you perform versus yourself or your team last year? It's all about numbers. But why am I doing this? How did I stumble upon this advocacy? I guess it's a story that may actually affect all of you. You may relate to it, right? Because Filipinos, to begin with, are people who love to serve. I don't know if it's our Catholic upbringing, but maybe rooted in Catholicism, there is this sense of charity in our family. And as we evolved, whether we're still Catholic and devout or we're agnostic or somewhere in between, that sense of service that started in the family is ingrained in us, in our children, the next generation. The thing is, most of the time, it only ends there with the family, with your immediate circle. To be honest, we should transcend that. And it doesn't need wealth, it doesn't need popularity. It just needs a simple heart that wants to serve. to transcend our bounds and our inner circles and reach out to a bigger net of individuals to serve. So my journey could be similar to yours. How did I find my truth in service? First and foremost, aside from being honed in the family, I was also very active in school. I was active in leadership positions, and I was also very active in Catholic organization. Now, that came to home, right? But as I progressed professionally and as I matured in wisdom and age, I sat down and asked myself several times, what can I do to give back? What can I do to have relevance beyond myself, beyond my circle, beyond my family? You know what? I stumbled into my truth, and I stumbled into the reality of the kind of service I want to give. And it all took women. Women opened up my heart and primed me for it until the time that I was right. The first woman to prime me was my sister. She, along with Professor Ramona Flores, they established the UP Debate Society 29 years ago, right? It started with seven debaters who were active in high school, right? But they were also active in debating in elementary. The thing is, these were the creme de la creme schools. So coming into UP, putting up the UP Debate Society, they said, debate is for everybody. Whether you're good in English, whether you're a wide reader, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you have this thirst for knowledge and truth. You want to know beyond propaganda, beyond all the words, beyond the clutter of noise. You want to know what the real deal is, right? And after 28 years, my sister had passed on. I was accidentally invited to an anniversary dinner. And there I was, surprised, in front of 250 alumni. And I was so shocked. I said, from a little organization, we have 250 alumni and 70 members at that time, the UP Debate Society. So from a silver anniversary event dinner, we said, how do we propel them to gold 25 years down the line? And then all of a sudden, it came, yes, this is my truth. It's been all around me. The debate society that my sister had left behind, along with her friends and co-founders, and along with her advisor, Mom Flores. How do we continue? So a little meeting, a little get together, and we said, let's form the Alumni Association. Why? Because, I love UP, but I noticed that everyone in UP wants to. I don't. So I guess I'm not like everybody else. But what I noticed is that in this ambition to do something great, they become more individualistic, right? But these days, what's important is aggregation. Aggregation of people who want to do good, people who have the same vision, and people whose truth is the same. And so, with a group of fellow debaters, benefactors, ex-debaters, and ex-presidents, we put together the group. And so far, we've survived COVID. We've survived 3 years, and we're doing well. We have a lot of plans working together with the DepEd and the LGUs to train teachers, give them the playbook of debate, English forensics, critical thinking, so that they can guide the youth of the Filipino nation to the future. They can guide them through digital and the lack of sense that's pervasive these days. They could address the digital dumb down that we're all fearful of. And that's it. That's basically how I found my truth, how I found the service angle that I'd like to excel in. And again, there's no need for validation, no need for appreciation. It's just a quiet work that we do. And hopefully it would redound to a wider sense for our children, for the children of the nation, you know, so that we can counter all of this propaganda, lack of understanding, the lack of critical. So that's it, guys. Again, thank you for this opportunity for joining the Global Women Who Rule. I feel so humbled to be here this afternoon. Thank you so much, Apple, and your group. And thank you also to all the 21 women, aside from myself, who have made this event possible. You're so awesome. And again, I bask in the shadow of your glory. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Julie. What a way to talk about your advocacies, which are service and truth. Now, in advocating service and truth, Julie left us with a very important question. What can I do to give back? Let's all keep that in mind. Our next speaker, Russ, is a service oriented leader and a digital technology advocate. She has a background in sales and marketing, business management, IT consulting, and her career spanning several industries, including banking, information and communications technology, healthcare, and public service. She earned her bachelor's degree in marketing management at the De La Salle University, Philippines, while her master's in business administration degree from the Australian Institute of Business. Ross moved to Australia in 2011 and worked her way up. She is currently the digital health manager of the primary healthcare network in Canberra. She takes pride in her numerous awards in the Philippines and Australia as, as a high achiever and an excellent leader in business. She is passionate about helping businesses and healthcare professionals with digital transformation, reimagining how they conduct their businesses and deliver their services. Here to talk about reaching your career goals abroad, live streaming from Canberra, Australia, ladies and gentlemen, Rosel Sagaran Trinidad.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining me today. This is Rosel Sagaran Trinidad, Digital Health Manager in Canberra, Australia. But before I start, I'd like to thank the new channel and Miss Apple for inviting me to be a guest speaker in this monumental event that celebrates women all over the world. I am very honored and grateful to be able to share my story and my experience as a migrant in the hopes that you will learn from me and be inspired too. I am also grateful to be the voice of all the migrants out there who have their own success stories to share. In fact, some of them may have experienced more difficult challenges than mine, but I know that a lot of them can relate to what I'll be sharing today. So, my topic for today is reaching your career goals abroad. How did I reach my career goal here in Australia? Every migrant has a dream to be successful in the new country that they live in. Reaching the career goal can be a walk in the park for some, but for most of us, it's a different story. For me, I had to ride several roller coaster rides before I got to where I am now. Some people also have this notion that when you are a migrant, you're instantly up for greener pastures. Well, unfortunately, that's not the case. Remember that before you enjoy those green pastures, you first have to plant seeds and toil. So after 9 long years, I finally reached my career goal, and it felt good to be back in a job that I'm passionate about. So, how did I get to where I am now? Let's go back to more than 10 years ago. Before migrating, I was working in a thrift bank in the Philippines that served small and medium businesses. I started as an admin assistant in 2000 and climbed up the corporate ladder. Prior to migrating to Australia, I was the officer in charge and general manager of the bank's IT subsidiary. I was very passionate in helping small and medium businesses through the use of digital technology and e-commerce. It was a job that's very fun and fulfilling, and it's something that I love doing. In those years, I had no plans of migrating to another country. But then, a family friend of ours who lives in Australia for more than 20 years encouraged me and my husband to migrate. She said that we had the skills that will give us better opportunities and better future for our kids. So we filed our application, and in September 2011, we finally migrated to the land down under with our two young boys. For the first year, I didn't work. I was a stay-at-home mom, and I enjoyed every bit of it with my kids. The first year was like a honeymoon stage for me because I was excited. I enjoyed all the new experiences and meeting new people. Then, in 2012, a Filipino couple who owned a dental center approached me because they learned my background and offered me to become a receptionist. At first, I declined the offer, but eventually I accepted it and joined their company in late 2012. And that's where the struggle began. Maybe you're asking, why, Russ? It was a job that just landed on your lap. Why would you struggle? It's because I had to swallow my pride. And I can tell you that a lot of migrants can relate to this feeling. I have nothing against being a receptionist, but it's more of the internal struggle that you were at the top of your league before, and now you have to go back to scratch all over again. That was really depressing, and it was mentally and emotionally challenging for me. But I persisted, worked hard, and did my best. In those years, I kept on submitting my resume and was desperate to go back to the corporate world. But no one's noticing me because here in Australia, they don't really look at your overseas experience straight away. They want you to study here, have a local experience, or be a citizen before they hire you, especially here in Canberra because most are public service jobs. But I kept on going, and in that span of time, we became Australian citizens, and I immediately enrolled in Master's in Business Administration course. I did this because I'm the type of person who wants to continue learning and I want to reach my career goal. Then, in 2016, a large dental corporation found my profile in a job site and offered me to become a dental practice manager. I took the role while I was studying MBA. I stayed there for 3 years as well, and in fact, those were the highlights of my career, where I received several awards for being a high achiever and a high performer. In 2019, I finished my MBA and moved again and became a practice manager of a medical center this time. And then, December last year, I got the role of being the digital health manager of the primary health network here in Canberra. Aside from reaching this dream career of mine, it's fulfilling to be in this role because I get to support doctors and other healthcare providers use digital technology, who we know are the heroes of this time because of the pandemic. It felt like I had a higher purpose and mission in life. So you might say, Ross, so it was easy. You were able to land those jobs easily. Well, remember, it took me 9 long years to get to where I want to be. A lot of things happened in between those years, and I can say that 2017 to 2019 were the most challenging years in my whole life. Furthermore, even though I was doing very well in those jobs, and even though I enjoyed the new learnings and meeting new people from multicultural backgrounds, I still felt incomplete. I still felt I didn't fit in. There's still that deep longing to be back in the digital world empowering people. That internal chaos was too difficult to bear. So what challenges did I encounter from 2017 to 2019? You know when they say when it rains, it pours? I think for me, it stormed complete with thunder and lightning. Everything happened simultaneously. It's like I'm being punched left, right, and center. So I struggled juggling my full-time work, being a full-time mom, and studying MBA all at the same time. I would work the 9 to 6 job, go home around 7 p.m. I had no time to rest because I had to cook, I had to do the house chores, and take care of the kids. Even if my husband was hands on in everything, I still struggled. Because, we didn't have the luxury of having grandparents or relatives to look after the children. So when the children are in bed, from 9 to 12 p.m., I would study online for my MBA. At the same time, my professional life became very challenging too. When I was a practice manager in the dental center, I was given an additional responsibility to open up a new dental center. So there were construction, operations, pre-opening, and teething problems. There were staff problems too, and I had to maintain my professionalism, leadership, and composure, and make sure that everything is running smoothly and that the team is still intact, even if there were so many problems around and even if I was breaking inside. Then, my dad got hospitalized and died in 2017. And my mother in law was also diagnosed with cancer and succumbed to it in 2019. On top of that, my youngest son was being bullied at school. Those 3 years felt like eternity. Those years were very difficult because it's so hard to be in another country when you have a loved one who's sick back in the Philippines. You can't be with them all the time because life goes on here in Australia. You can't afford to stop working because you had to contribute to the medical expenses aside from your own financial obligations. Those were the years that I just wanted to give up. It was mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually draining. I felt so depressed that I just wanted to drop everything and run away. But how did I overcome those challenges and get to where I want to be? You are entitled to cry, to shout, to sulk in the corner for a couple of days. But after that, if you have a strong faith and if you never give up, if you keep your eyes focused on that goal of yours, you will rise up again. You'll come out stronger and wiser and feel like you're Wonder Woman. I've also proven that when you feel that you want to give up, God will always hold your hand and lift you up. I am fortunate to be blessed with a very supportive husband, loving sons, parents, siblings, and friends. I've seen miracles work in my life, and it taught me not to worry about tomorrow because I know that someone's got my back, that God will give me all the resources and the people I need to support me in my journey. Before, I would question myself when things were challenging, like, why am I here? Why am I not getting what I want? Now, I realized that in those years, God was preparing me and pruning me for something big. All my work experiences, from working in the IT subsidiary in the Philippines to being a practice manager in the medical center, prepared me for this digital health manager role. Because everything happens for a reason. Before, my dad would always tell me, no pain, no gain, and Rome was not built in a day. When I was younger, I didn't understand this. But when I migrated, I was living those quotes. It takes a lot of hard work, sacrifices, and heartaches to get to where you want to be. It takes a lot of dedication, discipline, resilience, patience, and commitment. It's a combination of a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Success takes time. That's why Rome was not built in a day. You cannot get to what you want in a snap or get it overnight. You have to be tough, be patient, and trust the Lord's timing because He will give you what you want in His right time. You can only move forward if you persevere amidst challenges and if you don't lose sight of your goals. Don't forget the people who helped you. Continue building positive relationships. Be helpful and good to everyone you meet. because I believe in karma. I believe that whatever you put out in the world will come back to you. By the way, some people will come and go in your life, but still be grateful because they've shaped you to who you are now. As they say, no man is an island. You need the help of everyone to be successful in life and for you to get to your dream destination. Lastly, you have to have the attitude of gratitude. You know, it's very easy to complain when you're faced with a lot of challenges and when you want to give up. But complaining will only lead to more challenges and angst in the future. When I was on my breaking point, I had to stop. I did some journaling, I meditated, I connected with nature, spent quality time with my family and friends, and really shifted my mind and said to myself, stop complaining, Ross. Be grateful instead. Be grateful for even the smallest blessings that come into your life. It takes time to have that mindset, but that's when more blessings started coming my way. In closing, all I want to say is if you're planning to migrate, my advice is prepare yourself, condition your mind, and set a goal. If you have a husband or partner, have an agreement that you'll stick together and you will face all the storms that will come your way. Muster all the courage and bravery and then dive in. If you're someone who's newly migrated or is in the middle of the journey, all I can say is don't ever give up and don't lose hope. I promise you that there is light after the dark tunnel. Keep your chin up and soldier on because you are being prepared and being pruned for something great that will happen later in your life. And lastly, if you're like me and you reached your career goal abroad, don't stop there. Keep on learning, keep on improving yourself. And don't forget that you now have the duty to fix the crowns of the other queens and help them get to where they want to be. Thanks for watching Global Women Who Rule 2021. I hope that you learned a thing or two, and I hope that I inspired you to pursue and make your dreams come true. Again, this is Rosel Sagaran Trinidad, Digital Health Manager in Canberra, Australia. See ya.
Thank you very much, Russ. Oh, I can totally relate with that. But, ladies and gentlemen, let us not disregard some of the very important reminders that Russ has left us with. First, when you feel like you want to give up, God will lift you up. Just trust in His timing. And of course, we should always have an attitude of gratitude. Okay, next up, she is a former high school teacher and currently the head of PMC Business Systems Incorporated, a technology training in Makati. She took up AB Communication Arts at the Ateneo de Manila University and has been in the IT and training industry for over 20 years now. She is an Apple teacher and a professional development consultant. Maling is currently leading a campaign called Everyone Can Code. This is an online campaign that aims to build a community of coders. It believes that every Filipino, regardless of age, gender, and status, can be creative and learn how to code. The program aims to communicate that coding is an essential skill in today's age and time. To talk about a campaign called Everyone Can Code, live streaming from Cavite City, ladies and gentlemen, Maleng Raisag.
Hello, everyone. Hello, world. First of all, allow me to thank Ms. Apple Manansala of the new channel for putting together this meaningful event to celebrate womanhood and share about our advocacy. My name is Maleng, and I'm the head of PowerMac Center Business Systems Inc., the training arm of PowerMac Center. We are a training facility that specializes on technical training of Apple technologies. Today, I would like to share my story as a woman, or better yet, as a mother bridging technology and motherhood during this pandemic. I have been in the IT industry for almost 20 years now, but a huge, important core part of my life is being a mother to my two sons, Enzo, 15 years old, and Rafa, 9 years old. I exposed my kids to technology at an early age. Enzo enjoys audio editing and programming, while Rafa loves digital art, computer animation, simple coding, alongside with their online classes. Alongside with their online classes, they they consume alongside with their online I want them to not just be consumers of technology, but instead be producers or creators of information systems in this digital space. Why? Because kids now are different. These are sample projects of what they have done. They are independent learners. They are self-taught. They learned audio editing, video editing, and animation on their own, using Google as a go-to site for anything they want to know, and YouTube app for anything they want to learn how. Kids now are really different. Their most basic need now is Wi-Fi. They can be anywhere as long as there is Wi-Fi. If you ask them to go out to a place somewhere, the first thing they would ask me is there Wi-Fi there, Mommy? Sometimes pag uwi ko at hindi nila ako pinapansin, pinapalitan ko ang Wi-Fi password at ayun, I become the most important person in the house. If you ask them what gift they want to receive, they will bring you their screen and show App Store to buy them apps and games. When I was young, I remember I loved playing outdoors, especially in the playground. But now our kids, they have their own virtual playground. They play with their classmates using Roblox and Minecraft. This is their virtual playground. They run around, create objects, and game strategies. Their ABC is also different. A is for Apple, B for Bluetooth, C for chat, and so on. Our kids are really different from us because they belong to a new generation, a generation called Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha were born same year as the iPad was born. They are very creative, they are digital masters, and they enjoy creating their own contents and games. Very critical consumers, and they question things they see and read on the internet. And I believe that the future belongs to our kids and that technology will be embracing a huge part of their lives. And I want my kids to be future ready. As a parent, I also make sure to guide them, be there to answer their questions, warn them about online predators, and not talking to strangers online. As parents, we should be able to ensure their online safety, security, and make them aware of the importance of digital citizenship as responsible netizens. Let me now share my three key insights as a woman, or better yet, as a mother bridging technology. First, kids' guided exposure to technology should prepare them to become producers or creators of knowledge and not just consumers in the digital space. We stand on the brink of technological revolution that will fundamentally alter the way we live, work, and relate to one another. In its scale, scope, and complexity, the transformation will be unlike anything humankind has experienced before. We do not yet know just how it will unfold. But one thing is clear, the response to it must be integrated and comprehensive, involving all stakeholders of the global capacity from public and private sectors to academy and civil society. We as parents are stakeholders as well. Let us ask ourselves, how do we support the learning and readiness of our children for this type of global digital world? First, let's take a quick look at the Industrial Revolution. The first revolution used water and steam power to mechanize production. The second used electric power to create mass production. The third used electronics information technology to automate production. Now, a fourth industrial revolution is building on the third, the digital revolution. When compared with previous industrial revolutions, the fourth is evolving at an exponential rather than linear pace. Moreover, it is disrupting almost every industry in every country. And the depth of these changes herald the transformation of entire systems of production and management and governance. The current pandemic seems like facilitating the entry of the fifth industrial revolution, which is the personalization or collaboration between humans and machines. It is characterized by a fusion of technologies that is blurring the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres. The speed of current breakthroughs signals the arrival of the fifth industrial revolution, which is so distinct in terms of velocity, scope, and systems impact. We see and experience how technology is affecting our lives and reshaping our economic, social, cultural, and human environments. Last year, at the height of the pandemic, we saw the rise and power of digital technology and revolution in our personal experience. Online shopping, cashless purchase, digitalization of business transactions, online meetings, webinar, and many more. The forces of disruption and innovations shaping our future. And those who have gained the most from it have been consumers able to afford and access the digital world. Technology has made possible new products and services that increased the efficiency and pleasure of our personal lives. Ordering a cab, booking a flight, buying a product, making payment, listening to music, watching a film, or playing a game, any of this can now be done remotely. In the end, it all comes down to people and values. We need to shape a future that works for all of us by putting people first and empowering them. In its most pessimistic, dehumanized form, the fourth industrial revolution may indeed have the potential to robotize humanity and thus to deprive us of our heart and soul. But as a complement to the best parts of human nature, creativity, empathy, and stewardship, it can also lift humanity into a new collective and moral level of consciousness based on a shared sense of destiny. It is incumbent on all of us to make sure this prevails. In shaping the future, neither technology nor the disruption that comes with it is exogenous force over which humans have no control. All of us are responsible for guiding its evolution in the decisions we make on a daily basis as citizens, consumers, and investors. We should thus grasp the opportunity and power we have to shape the digital revolution and direct it towards a future that reflects our common objectives and values. Second, women, especially mothers, play a great role in helping their kids during the pandemic in shaping their future. Mothers are naturally nurturing and warm. Allow ourselves to play an active role in co-shaping the future of our kids. During this pandemic, we can be home educators by allowing them to enroll on online classes that will encourage creativity, critical thinking, and idea expression. As we solidify their values and ethics at the heart through our daily reminders to them, let us make sure that their minds and hands are busy not with games, but with learning softwares and programs that encourage them to create content. Enroll them in summer online kiddie classes just like before the pandemic. Help them discover their own talent and passion. There are a lot of guided summer workshops for kids available online in the safety of your homes. Third, coding is an essential skill in this digital world. Everyone can learn how to code. Lastly, allow me to share our advocacy. As a training facility that specializes on technical training of Apple technologies such as Mac operating system, Apple iOS fundamental trainings, troubleshooting, software essentials, server deployment trainings, and Apple iOS application development, we offer courses for basic, intermediate, and up to advanced courses. Part of our advocacy is everyone can code. Juan de la Cruz symbolizes every Filipino. Follow us on Facebook, and we have Monday live sessions for the free training. We look forward to a future graduates to have option to not just be employees when they graduate, but become digital entrepreneur and start up their own business. PBSI offers step-by-step ladderized training program for coding as an Apple authorized global training provider. In the end, remember that the pandemic may just be signal what the expert called the Great Reset and the possibilities of billions of people connected by mobile devices with unprecedented processing power, storage capacity, and access to knowledge are unlimited. And these possibilities will be multiplied by emerging technology breakthroughs in the field of artificial biotechnology, nanotechnology, 3D printing, and robotics. Our kids can be the future engineers, designers, game changers, and architects of the future. Let us make them digital kids, ready for the digital world. With that, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Maling. I'm always impressed when I meet a woman that can code. It's no joke at all. Now, of course, Maling said that technology can increase the efficiency of our digital lives, and I totally agree. Our next speaker is MK. MK is a finalist in the finest startup competition in the Philippines, the Final Pitch Season 4, and a cohort of AIM Dado Banataw, ISIP, Ashoka, and Facebook Accelerator program. She's also a business and career trainer, speaker, and ambassadress of Canva and Online Jobs PH. Most importantly, she is the CEO and founder of Filipina Home Based Moms, the first and biggest freelancing group for Pinay moms with 330,000 members nationwide. Mommy MK is passionate about helping stay at home, corporate, and overseas moms thrive in their chosen career, either as an entrepreneur or freelancer, so that they can earn enough without leaving their family. She is the woman with strong advocacy to change the world one mom at a time. To talk about opportunities for mom while at home, live streaming from Lipa City, Batangas, ladies and gentlemen, Maria Corina Bertulfo.
Hi, Angie. Thank you so much for the great introduction and, of course, to the new channel for inviting me here. I'm MK Bertulfo, CEO and founder of FH Moms, and a proud first time millennial mom and a wife to Jim. So, before I share with you the different opportunities that you can try online while you're at home and during this pandemic, I wanted to share my story. When I got pregnant when I was 20, with no support, no skills, and no resources. Until I decided to finally try working from home. And that inspired me to build Filipino home based moms. And now we have more than 330,000 members worldwide. And because of my online job, I was able to purchase a two-story house here in Lipa. I started traveling with my family. We got married because of the money that we earned. And I'm so proud that it's not just me who's earning now and who's enjoying the benefits of working from home, but the rest of our community members. Next slide, please. So I wanted to show you a few numbers from UN Women about next slide, please. So here's the demographics about women. 51% of Pinays saw a decrease in the working hours, which leads them to the decline in their income. A lot of businesses, a lot of the businesses closed. A lot of Pinays lost their jobs because of the pandemic. And even before the pandemic, a lot of women, especially our community members like Mommy Jen, who struggled and don't get any support that they need either from their partners, from their family members, and they would say that they're not confident and they lost that confidence when they become a mom. Others don't have resources such as the internet and computer. Next slide, please. All the moms in my network share the same challenges. That's why Filipino home based moms decided to create a one stop shop platform and a community that helps each other for Filipino freelancer and entrepreneur moms. We already have beneficiaries that were be able to give them 50 Wi-Fi units and 20 desktop units through our computer bank to own program. We were able to boost their confidence as well as credentials. And then we provided jobs and increase their income from 20,000 to 150,000 per month. And people don't know that aside from the freelancer moms, we also support SMEs During this pandemic, we were able to help more than 100 SMEs to be able to increase the brand awareness of their businesses. Next slide, please. So now let's move on to the different opportunities that I wanted to share with you, and that is online job. So with online job, you don't have to pay for anything or invest in something. All you have is your skills as well as your computer and internet, which is readily available for most of us. So there are two types of jobs that you can try, which is voice or non-voice jobs. For voice jobs, the examples are online teaching, phone support, as well as voice acting. And there are a lot of non-voice jobs that you can try as well, like virtual assistants, social media marketing, accounting and bookkeeping, and a lot more. When it comes to online business, if you have enough money for investment, you can definitely try product based businesses such as e-commerce or maybe drop shipping. If you wanted service based, you can definitely start an online coaching program or any service that you can think of. Next would be content creation. A lot of you know that you can earn from YouTube, from Facebook, and blog. So this is the perfect opportunity for you to try content creation and where you can also earn through affiliate marketing where you can just share your links. So for audio, you can definitely start a podcast. For video, you can start vlogging through YouTube as well as TikTok. And then, of course, writing through blogging. So I want to leave four tips for you when it comes to choosing which online job opportunity is for you. So we have two P's and two S. The first P is plan. Make sure to plan before starting any online business or before applying to any online job. It's very important for us to plan our short-term and long-term goals. Next, after you plan, next is to prepare. Us women, we do a lot of things, and it's important for us to plan ahead. And when I say plan, maybe you wanted to plan which of the things you should do first. Maybe you have to watch different free webinars first, prepare the technical equipments that you'll be needing. And then next is to save. Saving means before jumping or before transitioning to freelancing or a digital business, make sure that you save money because you don't know when will you earn or when will you land a job. So it's important to be safe. And next would be secure. If you could secure a job first before resigning, that would be best. So those are my four tips for you. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I know a lot of us struggle when it comes to the internet, to the resources. But you know what? Remember Mommy Jen, she struggled when it comes to transportation because she is a PWD. And now she is earning between 50,000 to 100,000 monthly as a virtual assistant. And a lot of businesses who started offering their services online are now successful because a lot of the businesses companies transition online. So this is the perfect time to start that business idea or online job that you wanted to try. So I want to invite everyone to help more women, help us provide more opportunities for women. You can work with us, send us a message or an email at hiring@fhmoms.com and marketing@fhmoms.com. I challenge you to help FH moms change lives one mom at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MK. Wow, imagine changing the world one mom at a time. Aside from being able to help a lot of single moms and a lot of moms in particular out there, this is really inspiring because imagine there's a place where they can go to where they can ask for help and assistance. And ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget the four tips of MK: plan, prepare, save, and secure a job. Now for our next speaker. Cheska is a nurse by profession, but explored the sales industry by working in a cosmetics medical company way back. She started as a sales representative and rose to managerial position, handling local brands and eventually international brands. That is where she met her husband, Fabio, and the start of having a family life, having two beautiful kids named Shanna and Nigel. Years passing, she pursued her passion for health and wellness, as well as for the beauty industry by creating a company with her husband, building a dedicated team that, until now, 7 years later, are still part of the growing team. She joined JCI Makati Princess Urdua in 2015 and became a regular member in 2016. She since joined the organization. Since she joined the organization, Cheska has been unstoppable. On her first year alone, Cheska actively participated in several local organization projects and international events. In 2017, she was elected as the Director for Business, and though she was at that time delicately with a child, she was still able to perform her duties and was able to conceptualize and implement successful and well supported fundraising projects. In 2019, she became the Vice President for Internal Affairs and pushed the thrust of JCI Makati Princess Urduha further on being forerunners of women empowerment by overseeing the community programs and projects as well as the membership development. A wife, a mother, a businesswoman, and a true effective, compassionate, fearless leader, that's who Cheska is. And this year, 2021, even with all the uncertainties we are facing, with the support of her family, team, friends, the 2021 Board of Directors and members of JCI Makati Princess Urduha, Cheska is more than ready to take the chapter in such great heights with service beyond boundaries. To talk about service beyond boundaries as one team, one family, one JCI Makati Princess Urduha, live streaming from Makati City, ladies and gentlemen, Cheska Carrere.
Thank you so much, Ange, for that very, very wonderful introduction. Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cheska Karer, the 2021 Local Organization President of JCI Makati Princess Urduha. I am a mother of two wonderful and beautiful kids. I'm also an entrepreneur. I am the president of Derma Cosmetic International Marketing Corp, and we actually specialize in skincare, beauty and wellness, as well as your dermatologic and aesthetic needs. JCI Makati Princess Urduha has been an active part of our nation's pursuit for active citizenship by empowering young individuals, especially women in the community, for business development, responsible leadership, and heroic values and international goodwill. We actually take pride on being the premier all-female chapter in the Philippines, on being an organization of innovative women, pushing forward positive change in our community and empowering other women in the society. This year, we are actually guided by our theme, Service Beyond Boundaries. With all these worries and uncertainties that are actually facing right now, brought to us by the pandemic and natural disasters, as empowered women, we should not feel limited, constrained by our fears. But of course, how do we push for service beyond boundaries as one team, one family, and one JCI Makati Princess Urduha? I actually have three things in mind with that. The first one is to acknowledge your priorities and limitation. In JCI, we actually have the list of priorities where we put God's first, then ourselves, our family, our business, or our career, and JCI was actually the last on the list. We place God, or if you have other, the higher be first, because to serve purpose, we need to be nearest to the dearest. If you fill your heart with God's love, no matter how much you give or share to others, you will never be shortchanged. In short, your cup will always be full. You always have to prioritize yourself, because how will you be able to help others if we can help ourselves? But of course, as a mom, I can speak actually most of the mom in our organization, and actually to all the moms who are live out there, this is where we actually bend the rules in this list. Because the moment that you become a mother or you become a wife, we have to put our family first before ourselves. Actually, when I was called to be this year's president, the first thought that actually came into my mind were my kids. The mother's instincts think in me actually before the heart of being a volunteer. Knowing the fact that from time to time, I have to go out for community service, exposing and possibly endangering my kids actually worried me, in these trying times with pandemic. But of course, I was very thankful with my supportive husband who encouraged me and assured me that everything will be fine. So I took the challenge. But, at this time, I also had to set certain limitations. I shouldn't just actually consider myself. Again, we also have members who are actually responsible for their own families, like their parents, relatives, and their loved ones. And actually, during these uncertain times, we realized that there is so much things that we can do, even we are in our confinement at our own homes. Technology actually has grown too fast that since the start of this year's pandemic, we've done several training and community projects just by simply communicating through our laptops and mobiles, through Zoom, Teams, all the apps that is actually available online. And the second one is find your joy in serving others. Actually, I guess this goes to whatever roles we play in life. We need to find that joy, whatever we do. Otherwise, we will feel hurt or resentful, taken for granted, neglected, unappreciated, and even discouraged of all the things, of all the effort that we are doing. So whatever is that you do, ask yourself, what kind of joy and fulfillment that this role or this job gives you? Listen to your heart. Dig deep into how much you will be willing to serve others. Why am I saying this? Because during the onset of the pandemic, I think all of you are aware that the beauty industry was not in the priority list. Businesses such as skincare clinic, medical spas were actually forced to shut down. So business was really affected. We have staffs here and abroad, and every day in my life, I always keep asking myself, what are we going to do with them? I always call my husband, what are we going to do with them? And I can relate to most of the people here who have businesses that thinking the same way as what I am thinking that moment. But of course, I just thought that more than the products that we have, it's actually our people are our greatest asset. And then I had to pivot our ways through the business just so we can continue to provide jobs for these people. Actually, it could have been easier, just to let them go, just like what other companies are doing. We have a valid excuse anyway. It's pandemic. But I had to be a leader and not just the boss for them or it's just like the president of this company, but I was more willing to serve for them by finding ways to make our business thrive so all of us can make both ends meet. These people are not just staff to us. They are our family. For the past years that they've given us joy, we didn't want to let them down during this very difficult time. So always remember, find your joy. And lastly, I think a lot of people may react, but you might not be expecting me to say this. considering that I am currently juggling with different roles in life. But please give yourself time to rest. Yes, rest. Take a break, relax, and unwind. Give your physical and even your spiritual body time to recover. Wearing so many hats in a day can actually exhaust not just your body, your mind, even your soul as well. So rest and give yourself some freedom. Anxiety that is actually the number one problem that we are facing right now. On it just actually recently, me and my family took a short break in the farm. Though I should be very honest with all of you that me and my husband actually was a little bit stressed because we thought that there will be another lockdown and we might not able to go home and I will be doing this. So, but of course, behind that, it was still refreshing to be able to get away from all the other roles I play in life. Just be with my own self, just be a wife to my husband, and be a mom with my kids. I had the time to breathe and assess things and what I've done so far. You know, restlessness can sometimes cause us to battle or questions ourselves like, am I doing enough? Is this right? Or am I being appreciated? Actually, there's a lot of what ifs in our head all the time. So please, so rest. Give us the time to silence our inner critic and allow us to refocus on our purpose. Again, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for watching us live today at the new channel. I am very honored to be part of the 22 keynote speakers with all the wonderful women with me for the Global Women Who Rule 2021. This is Cheska Karar, and happy International Women's Month to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Cheska, or most of you would call her Press. I saw it in the comment section. Now, I'm truly amazed by the passion and the intensity right there. And just a quick reminder for everyone, and as Cheska also mentioned, find your joy in servicing others. And she also emphasized on the importance of rest, because rest can allow you to be refreshed and recharged. Well, that's already 2 batches of really powerful speakers. And I'm sure all of you are just as amazed and inspired as I am. We will still have our final batch of speakers, so please do not go away. But in the meantime, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for making this event possible. First, I'd like to thank the new channel, of course, PuzzleBox BPO Incorporated, Lueur International Corporation, NG Philippines, Outcome Advertising, Pertier Placenta, Lamoyan Corporation, Happy Toothpaste, Well Life, JCI Pinay Power, JCI Makati, JCI Makati Princess Urdua, The Orange Salon, Power Max Center, NASC Global Private Limited, HFSE International School, Handicrafts PH by Lovely Wall Art Painting, Not Limited, Chismesa, Trey Options, The Hearty Studio, Zen Events, and Beauty Buzz PH. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, please do stay on stream. We will be right back with more.
The MG5. Fuel-efficient engine, electric sunroof, 10-inch infotainment system, 360-degree vehicle view, spacious interiors, The MG5, with room and features you wouldn't expect from a subcompact sedan. For a driving experience that's larger than life, make way for the MG5. Big in features, big in comfort.
The new face of beauty, the Lueur Ambassador Lunch. So welcome with rounds of applause, the new face of Lueur, Mr. Derek Ramsey. Woo!
Kahit hindi muna tayo magkita ng harap-harapan, at ang reunion, minuto lang. Kahit tago ang ngitian, at pigil ang yakapan. Kahit na di maipakita ang saya, at ang pictures natin, puro mata. Kahit na nag-iba, at nagbago na ang mundo, at di ko man makita ang ngiti mo. Basta alam kong ligtas ka, happy na ako.
Back. Are you still with me? Because ladies and gentlemen, this is the final stretch. This is our third and last batch of speakers, and I'm sure you have your favorites by now. So let me add more to that list. Our next speaker, Kathy, is the eldest of 3 siblings. Only girl to Bob and Ivy Solis. Leadership is innate in her, a student who was always voted as officer from grade 1. A driven, self-professed workaholic, she has been in the corporate world for 26 years in the broadcasting, media, communications, and tourism industries. But the title she prides herself most is that she is a daughter of the King of Kings. Kathy has a pioneering spirit, will never say no to anything that has not yet been done before. She is never afraid to go against the tide to champion what she believes in. She has a soft spot in her heart for the elderly and recently founded a senior citizen ministry with her pastors. She desires to bring them closer to God and to live the best days of their lives. She recently survived 2 major surgeries in this pandemic and says she is postured to receive and testify about the miracles in this crisis season. Joining us today to talk about Health Alert, What Doesn't Kill You Makes You Stronger, live streaming from McKinley Hill, Taguig. Ladies and gentlemen, Kathy Solis.
Thank you so much. One Saturday afternoon in October 2020, within pandemic period, an excruciating pain on my abdomen, which went on for an hour, changed my life, my work life, my being. Thank God for virtual meetings like this and events like this. I speak before you right now with the end of my small intestine, which is medically called a stoma, that is sewn to my tummy. And I currently excrete through a pouch which I change every 3 to 5 days and which I drain every hour through an ostomy pouch. Go ahead, you may Google it. I had to Google it myself. You may Google stoma and ostomy pouch. I woke up from surgery having to see it, but I was just so happy to be alive that time that I wouldn't want to complain about it. I woke up after my second surgery to realize that was on me, and that was not by choice, but it was because of circumstance. Thank God it's not permanent though. I'm single, never married, never conceived a child, but I incurred 21 sutures with my midline opened twice, only a few days apart. It was like having cesarean birth and doing it twice. And yet I am sincerely grateful. Yes, grateful because I know a lot of patients, far worse cases, would trade places with me. I am grateful because I am alive. This stoma saved my life and I have no right to complain. Like a cat, this Kathy was meant to live more than 9 lives, each time getting better and stronger. In the Bible, it says, we are hard pressed on all sides, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, not forsaken, struck down, but not destroyed. My body may have been touched by so many needles that time, and my veins stopped giving blood. Already that time, when I was confined in the hospital for almost 4 weeks. The tests and procedures were all so painful. A tube inserted into my nostril, which extended up to my stomach, but these never touched my spirit. Of course, I got worried. Of course, I cried. I'm a girl. But staying in that sad state is and will never be my final destination. I've been in the corporate world for 26 years, 22 years in the Kapamilya Network, and 4 in an upscale development company. I'm the eldest of 3 siblings, daughter of Bob and Amy, and ate to Robbie and Mark, sister-in-law to Antoinette, and doting tita to Sadie and Arkin, a best friend to Elvis, Heidi, JR, Sam, Ian, Ito, and Carlo. My family and friends would attest to that, as I would miss family gatherings for work or other things that kept me busy. Emotional pain at work, like politics, dealing with difficult clients and colleagues, were all manageable to me. But physical pain is another story, and it can't be undermined. And yes, it never touched my spirit. It made a persistent attempt, I must say, but it wasn't victorious. I've been a workaholic from the time I was a student, but good thing God saved me from me. Prior to this health crisis, He already taught me not to hinge my confidence on my earthly titles, possessions, nor people. Thank God for spiritual community who encourage bringing it to light, whatever weakness and tendencies we have, because it is in doing so that we can get help and overcome them. Sounds counterintuitive, right? But it is godly. Heaven has always been so anyway. To receive, you give. To be first, be the last. To lead, be a servant. It's because God is really not pleased by our works. God is His God no matter what happens, and He just desires to have a close relationship with Him. I encourage you to do the same. This is a life hack I am sharing with you. It will not only save you, It will even give you joy that overflows because the source, He is limitless. Do not hinge your confidence on earthly things. Don't get me wrong, we need all of these things to pay for our bills, to put food on the table, and enjoy some indulgence, which are all good as well. But never put your confidence on temporary things. Scripture says, and I think you know this too, it's quite popular, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways, acknowledge Him, and He will make your paths straight. Very nice words. And this health challenge pushed me to apply it all at once. This is one of the Bible verses that I learned and memorized actually growing up in Sunday school. The Word of God is alive and active and speaks in many different ways in various seasons of our lives. It spoke to me in a different kind of way in this season of major medical, emotional, mental, social, and financial stress. I just kept on saying, Lord, help me. This is so painful. That was my, frequent and I think everyday cry to the Lord during that time because post-surgery was so painful for me. But you know what? Trusting means total surrender. It means, and it means that half trusting is not trusting. It's a total surrender to God. Being confined amidst this pandemic, my diabetic senior parents weren't able to visit me at the hospital, and I experienced patient bullying, at least from my perspective, having to sign procedure refusals while in a drug state, as I was so conscious of the cost that time. There was a big transition at work for me, working in the tourism industry in this crisis. The line trust in the Lord was so easy in Bible studies in the past that I led. And yes, I was able to apply them in various struggles before. But this time, God was silent. But you know what, guys? Just trust. Trusting means total surrender. He is the God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and yes, now also Kathy's and yours too. Every single one of you watching this on live or replay. Trusting means to lie helpless, face down. It pictures a servant waiting for the master's command in readiness to obey, or a defeated soldier yielding himself to the conquering general. Leaning not on our own understanding on the second part of the scripture I quoted, I know will not get me anywhere, and God knows that about man. God's thoughts are higher than ours. His ways are higher than ours. And the promise, He will make our paths straight. That means we will get to our destination quicker, faster, with no delays, as the mind and spirit come into agreement. From living independently, I had to live back with my parents for a while. And after my final reversal surgery this May, I would have to live back with them again after I recover, until I am able to recover. Amidst all of these, I thank God. It is all clear to me now. The God who rescued me from death and, yes, debt as well, of 2.1 million pesos from that hospital confinement, wanted to have me a more solid faith in Him. He displayed His miracle working power right before my eyes, and my families and those dear to me, and those who know my story. Experiencing a transition at work, my company still supported me all the way. And one day, while I was recovering at my parents' place, I got a text message saying that the checks that I issued together with my promissory note, which amounted to a balance of 1 million pesos, which I was supposed to pay on installment, and I didn't know where to get those funds during that time, was written off already. This person who went to the hospital where I was confined told me that I am now debt-free in that hospital. God told that person, he said that God is honoring my faith for issuing those post-dated checks in faith and pay it all off. Impossible, right? But not with our God, family and friends. The God who has made or displayed miracles in the past is the same God who is alive and active now during our time. And family and friends who have helped as well in their own way know that I appreciate each and every one of you. At 48 years old now, I'm able to enjoy the discounts of a senior citizen. My health condition is temporary, but I have a PWD ID, and you know what that means. I have the discounts, and I recently renewed my passport. So, you know what? I don't need to fall in line anymore. I could skip lines. So, life hack number 2, focus on who He is and who you are in Him. The Bible says He is our great healer, our redeemer, our provider, our shield and strength. In Him, I am more than a conqueror. I am an overcomer, and I am His beloved. And you are too, those who are watching right now. The how then isn't our problem. If our problem is beyond us, it's not for us to handle because we just can't handle it. It is God's. I just need to claim His promises to me and receive them in faith. He's our good, good Father. We may not understand His ways while we're experiencing these challenges, but you can completely trust His heart, 101%. Learnings from this season of my life, which, well, isn't over yet as I still need to get my 3rd surgery this coming May. The returning of my stoma back to its proper place. These lessons, they keep on coming every day as I am a work in progress. There are still bad days, but there are so many great days. Choose to be better, not bitter. We always have a choice on what perspective to take. This life that He died for us is so worth living. He knew it. That's why He died for us. And I personally love the stronger new Kathy that this season has produced and continues to produce. So let me reiterate the 2 life hacks that I unlocked. First, do not hinge your confidence on earthly things. They're temporary. Number 2, focus on who He is and who you are in Him. I'd like to thank Miss Apple Manansala, Sergeant Lloyd Luna, and the new channel for this wonderful opportunity to share my story alongside these beautiful women. I believe God has appointed this day and this time for this celebration of life and blessings through all of these empowered women featured today. Global Women Who Rule 2021. This global pandemic produced women like you who have been tested by a global fire, and you made it. We all made it. We are still here. We're still standing, still fighting. We are valued. We are all beautiful in God's eyes. And yes, God chose you today for this platform. Let me insert this. Thank you, Lord, for my Spring City Fellowship pastors and family who stood with me as my strength and prayer warriors. And to Team Solace, my family, thank you for everything. I'm blessed to be born into this family. To the viewers today, get ready as you may be the next to share your story. With this global crisis, new faces, as you can see, have emerged. Choose the good, choose life, choose the path that has been designed for you. Our destination is who we become. The truth is actually, it is God, Him who rules. And if we put Him first, we become like Him. From strength to strength, we are renewed, we are stronger. And that's how we all can rule. God bless you and have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Kathy. Such a strong message, especially to those who are going through challenges in life. And always remember the two life hacks. Do not hinge your confidence on earthly things and focus on who He is and who you are in Him. Such lovely messages. Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker is a Davaoenia native with Negrense ancestry and a Bicolanan heart. Rica's move to the Bicol region in the early 2000s inspired her to tread a path in the elevation of regional heritage cuisine. As a recording blue school chef, she has a packed schedule day in and out. She has pioneered the Best Bicol movement, headed the research and development team of the Bicolano Spanish restaurant Que Pasa, and launched her own brand of premium Bicol delicacies, Carica. Joining us to talk about working with Wonder Women in the Philippines, live streaming from Parañaque City, ladies and gentlemen, Rica Dacudao Buenaflor.
Having lived in Bicol for 10 years, it made me see Bicol and its cuisine from an outsider's point of view. But in that journey, it made me discover something really great.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Rica Buenaflor, and a wonderful welcome to my wonderful world of women. Thank you so much, Apple and the TNC family, for this opportunity to speak amongst a very diverse group of inspiring and powerful women from around the globe. Ever since this afternoon and this morning, I have been so inspired. This is such a good way to spend a Saturday. Thank you so much. So this afternoon, as I am one of the last that will speak in front of you, my aim is to hopefully inspire by telling you my journey in this story. So I am just going to be very candid. It's just going to be storytelling for me. It all started when I was 16 years old. I first traveled to Paris, and I was sent to Paris by my mother, and that trip really opened my eyes. I first came across Le Cordon Bleu. It is a French culinary school. It is, in fact, the oldest culinary institution in the world. So at that time, when I went to Paris, it really expanded my world. I said to myself when I saw that culinary school, I remember I said, one day I will be going to school here. So fast forward in 2015, I am now happily married to my loving husband and ultra supportive husband, Carlo Buenaflor. Shout out to you right now. He's in the beach, but he hears me been saying this. He's ultra supportive, and we have 5 beautiful children. And we lived in Bicol for 10 years. So I spent the 10 years in my life, as in the introduction, I am a Davaoenia, but I ended up in Bicol because my husband had come home to run the family business. So we lived in Bicol for 10 years. And I remember one New Year's Day morning, my husband said to me in 2015, so our anniversary date is December 31 of every year, of course. And every January 1, we would have this planning process. So my husband came to me and said, hey, why don't you go for it? And I said, what do you mean? Go for what? And he said, go for finally what you've always dreamed to do. And I said, which is what? And he goes, remember you've been wanting to go to Le Cordon Bleu? And in 2015, I was already approaching 40 years old. And if you remember at the beginning of my story, I discovered Le Cordon Bleu at 16 years old. And at that time, I already had 5 kids. I had a thriving business. And I still am happily married to my husband. But I was just so lucky that I have a supporting husband and loving children that told me, Mommy or Rika, go for it. So with much hesitation and a mixed emotion of excitement mixed with, I'm sure moms feel this when you go for a dream and something that you're very passionate about, which may have been sleeping in your heart for a long time. It's a mixed emotions of excitement, guilt. I felt giddy like a child. I again met the little girl inside me. And so in 2015, in June of 2015, I finally pursued my dream. I have been traveling to Paris since 2015 to complete the Grand Diplôme. The Grand Diplôme is the highest degree that you can ever get in Le Cordon Bleu. It's the same degree that Julia Child got. It's the same degree that all the celebrities that went to Le Cordon Bleu have gotten. So when I went in 2015, I didn't know why. I just knew that my heart was singing, my soul was dancing. I didn't know why I did it. I just had this impulse to do it. I had the support of doing it. It felt right, and it felt good, and it made my heart sing. Little did I know that this trip would stretch to 4 years, and in 2019 was the last class. I'm about to do my last and final 6th module, which will make me complete my Le Cordon Bleu Grand Diplôme until the lockdown happened. So I'm one way shy of completing my Grand Diplôme. But really, that's when my journey started. I learned the best and the top French techniques, and this led me to championing Bicolano cuisine. Because of my exposure to Bicol and Bicolano food, I developed and worked on a brand called Querica. Slowly, my life purpose unfolded right in front of my eyes. You see, my mom, who sent me to Paris, is a very important and strong woman figure in my life. She influenced me to bring pride to our country. She worked for the Department of Tourism. I saw how she brought pride to our country. And this is what I am doing through food and my Le Cordon Bleu degree in Paris. But the story that I'm about to tell you this afternoon is how this sense of pride extends and grows with the people that resonate with my cause. And this is the wonderful world of women of Querica. Can you show the slides, please? So let me share with you that when passion and purpose come together, this is what happens. So when I came back home from the Cordon Bleu Paris, I said, what am I gonna do with what I've learned? But my heart really was still yearning to express what I am most passionate about, which is Bicolano cuisine, Philippine cuisine, and bringing pride to our country. So the first one that I came across is this beautiful community of women in Gainsa, Camarines Sur. So these are my products. On the left, you'll see vegan laing, sinantolan, and tabanang talangka. And these community of women are the ones that bottle these products. They are women that know Bicolano cuisine by heart. And we've matched heritage cuisine with technology to bottle these products and bring them out of the country. And not only did we bottle these products, but we also elevated the cuisine in a higher level where it can compete and be brought to the world stage. And so it brings me so much pride to see these women come together and be proud of what they do. And when they realize that their products actually go and are showcased outside the country, it brings them so much pride, and it brings me so much joy to see them having this pride in their own province. Next slide, please. And the next slide shows you pili nuts. I'm sure you're all familiar with pili nuts. So because I'm from Bicol, I also again ventured out into the jungles of Sorsogon where I find the pili nuts. And we're all familiar with the pili nuts, which is really, a pampasalubong product. That's what we know about the pili nuts in the Philippines. It's a nut that's sugar coated. We're familiar with that we find in bus terminals or we find them in pampasalubong shops. But I dug further and I realized, the pili nuts is unique to our country. It is the world's, remember this, healthiest nut. And it's entering the World Health Market as a superfood. So I see this opportunity and I say, this could be a product that can elevate our country and bring it out of poverty. And after all, if you see pili is in the word Pilipinas. So this is another product that I'm working on together with Department of Agriculture, DTI, to elevate the product from a pampasalubong product to a product that will bring pride to our country. And one bit of trivia and tidbit, did you know that the pili nuts needs two very unique conditions to thrive and to be productive? And they are, one is typhoon, and the second condition is volcanic soil. And those two very unique conditions can only be found in Bicol. So we are ravaged by typhoon, and that's the very reason why Bicol is such an impoverished and one of the poorest regions in the Philippines. But my dream is for one day the pili nuts to alleviate our province out of poverty. The third slide, please. So the third slide shows you my closest set of women. These are the women of Querica's Kitchen. They are Bicolanas and they have taught me the basics of Bicol cooking. They really have, I've observed the last 10 years, they've taught me the basics of Bicolano cooking and Bicol cuisine. And in reverse, when I came back from Le Cordon Bleu, I taught them all the techniques, and this is how we were able to elevate Bicolano cuisine to where it is right now. We applied the French techniques, we've kept the Bicolano traditions and heritage cooking, and that's how we were able to create wonders. And that's also how we're able to reach people and say, wow, this is amazing, your taste is so delicate, and yet the flavors are a combination of delicate and originality. And this brings me so much pride that my kitchen is comprised of Bicolano women that are empowered, that are so proud of their roots and their traditions. And last slide. And this last slide, because of all these collaborations with women, and because of the lockdown last year, all of a sudden, an influx of women have started to knock on Querica's door, and they said, hey, can we work together? So during lockdown, we've come up with not only food products, but we've worked with a community of women in Bicol. I have a partner that trains women to do handicrafts from their own homes. So what we do is we send them the materials. So these, you'll see upcycled denim Christmas ornaments that women, they are wives of farmers and they actually work on their handicrafts in their own homes. We send them the orders and then they make it in their own homes and they send it back to us. Without leaving their homes, they have their own livelihood. Also, we've already started working with a community of women in Ilocos Norte, and we do beautiful handcrafted kitchen and dining ware. And this has also elevated the dining scene using Filipino products. And also, an even younger set of women, during December 2020, Bicol was ravaged by the strongest typhoon that ever hit the world, and that was Rolly. And so another set of women came together, and mind you, they are fresh out of high school graduate students, And because of our collaboration, they are called Hayag. You can find them, hayag.ph. And they are also a set of 7 women in in their teams, and they actually came to me and they call me Tita, and they say, Tita, we see what you do with your community, we see what you do with Bicol, can we help? So because of that collaboration, we were able to raise in a week's time 2 million pesos for relief and recovery of our dear Bicol. So you see, when women come together, when women bring their hearts out, this is what happens. Magic happens. And this is my story of Kirika. This is my story of my journey. And hopefully, this story inspires women out there to just be who they are, to be authentic, and to have the right intentions. And when you are authentic, when you have your right intentions, and when you use your emotions and your inspiration as your internal compass, magic happens. Diyos mabalos sa Indonga Boss. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you to everybody for listening to my journey. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Chef Rika. Wow, okay, so let's keep in mind what Chef Rika said, that be authentic and have the right intentions, because that's where the magic happens. What a great way to help women and at the same time bringing pride to our country, of course. Thank you, Chef Rika. Now, moving on to our next speaker. Nina is a general manager of a promising multi level marketing and direct selling company for wellness, health, and beauty products called Lueur International Corporation. She graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science in 1994 and was also crowned as the Binibining Jose Rizal College in 1993. She was a part time print ad model and was a working student during her college years. She started her career in the field of sales, training, and marketing from Metro Drug Distribution, Altini Herway Direct Selling Incorporated, and joined other MLM companies such as Triumph International Direct Selling Philippines Incorporated, Lamp Burger of Paris, an MLM company of high-end oils, Pacific Internet Philippines Incorporated, Bayan Telecommunications Incorporated, Sky Cable Corporation, ABS-CBN Multimedia Interactive as the head of sales and distribution, and also became the National Key Accounts Manager of ABS-CBN Convergence, where she covered their major key accounts nationwide, namely Telepreneur Corporation, SM Malls and Supermarkets, 7-Eleven, Lopez Group of Companies, and many others. She is happily married to Joff, who's managing Lueur Small Resort and Residence Inn in Rodriguez, Rizal, and living together with their 2 sons, engineer Jean-Claude Michael, and their future lawyer in the family, their youngest, Jag Alvarado, who is taking up political science at FEU Manila. She is very willing to share her more than 26 years of experience in the field of sales, training, and marketing to all the people she meets, especially with those she works with, because she believes that everything that we have, like our talents, skills, knowledge, and wisdom, came from God. Therefore, it is just right that we share them with open arms. Here to talk about beauty is power, the new normal. Live streaming from Montalban, Rizal, ladies and gentlemen, Nina Corazon Alvarado.
Okay, thank you so much for that very nice introduction, Ange. Okay, good morning, beautiful global women who rule in 2021. I have some questions. Who among you want to be beautiful? Want to be handsome? I bet everyone, right? And here's another question. Have you heard someone told you in the past that you can pass as a model, as an actor, as an actress? I'm sure most of you were asked the same. Well, in my case, it happened. Praise God. I became a college queen, crowned as Binibining JRC in 1993, and became print ad model in 1994. And also became a TV ad model for ABS-CBN Store's Christmas ID in 2016, and some ads for Teleradio in 2017 and 2018. There, you can see my photo. That was in 93 and 94. And I became a TV ad model for ABS-CBN Store. So, another question I wanted to ask you. How about those neighbors you met when you were younger? At binanggit nila sa'yo, naku, itong batang ito, sigurado, paglaki nito, maraming paluluhaing mga lalaki. Well, may tama naman sa nasabi nila auntie. So I'd like to show you the photo of my family. I have 3 men in my life. My husband, Joff, na hindi ko naman pinaluha. Minsan lang. Palusot no? And the other 2 young men are our sons, Engineer JC, and the future lawyer in our family, Jag Alvarado. I consider my life beautiful because of them. But how about you? Those of you who are watching right now. I'm interested to know, guys, what's the definition of beauty for you? Malamang, some of you will answer it's physical beauty, character, beauty in character, inner beauty, beautiful soul, spiritual soul, so on and so forth. Now that you have in mind what beauty is for you, can you tell the person beside you right at this moment that she is beautiful? Come on, go ahead. Let's tell the person beside you. If you're beside your husband or your son, tell them, you are handsome. And let's not forget about ourselves. Can you please stand up, ladies? I think you've been sitting all your life since 1 o'clock p.m. So I'd like to request everyone to please stand up, head up high, and tell yourself, I am beautiful. Go ahead. Tell yourself, I am beautiful. No matter who you are, what you do, or where you come from, if you're male, female, young, old, white, black, chubby, skinny, you are beautiful. In this 21st century, beauty has lost its true meaning. It is now defined by looks and tons of likes on Facebook, IG, TikTok, etc. But it's not about what you see every time you see your face in the mirror. It is about how you make others feel. Helen Keller said, the best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt in the heart. Helen Keller was blind, yet she was able to define the word beautiful better than anyone else, and prove to us that beauty can't just summed up in having a pretty face, but having a beautiful heart. I'd like to show you some photos, which for me defines the real beauty. Okay, the first photo, I'd like to ask, who knows this person? Wala sa inyo, di ba? Unless you're my close friend, you will know her. Well, she's my mom. I'd like to give honor to her. It's the International Women's Month, but anyway, she's my mom. Sino bang hindi sa atin nakakilala sa ating ina? Who can better describe our own mom? Di ba tayo po? My mom was so loving. She sacrificed her beautiful career for me and my brother. She was an accountant, but she devoted her life for us. Then, when we were in high school, she went back to pursue her career in media. She was a columnist in Filipino Express. She was a very strong woman. She faced some generals, town mayors, and even reached the NPA's camps. And their leader in Visayas, Mindanao, Luzon, you name it, just to interview them. I owe everything to my mom. Next to our God the Father. The next photo I'm going to show you is the photo of Senator Miriam Santiago. Who among you doesn't know her? I love this woman. What do you think is her type of beauty? She's a woman of strength and oozing with confidence. Anywhere she goes, even her compañeros were mesmerized with her beauty, her intelligence. The next photo I'm going to show you is Mother Teresa. What do you think is her beauty? Spiritual beauty? She shared her life for the poor, for the needy. She has a very beautiful heart. And I admire people who have that kind of spirit, filled with love for people who are in need. Khalil Gibran said that beauty is not in the face. Beauty is a light in the heart. God said in his word in 1 Samuel chapter 16 verse 7, "But the Lord said to Samuel, do not look at his appearance or at the height of his stature, because I have rejected him. For God sees not as man sees. For man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." The next photos I'm going to show you is obviously physical beauty. The marketing machines of modern life would have us believe that beauty is about physical attributes. Those beauty queens that you are seeing right now, we get inspired to look good because of them. We get inspired to look more beautiful because of them. It's physical beauty. Beauty reflects in your heart when it contains love for all and hatred for none. Beauty reflects in your eyes when you make people to believe in themselves. There would still be people who will not like you. Why? Because simply says they are not like you. So at this point, dear ladies, the global women who rule, beauty is power. My mom wasn't crowned as a beauty queen, but she dreamt of me being one. And believe you me, I almost died trying. But because of her big influence in me, in my life, her power made me who I am now. Senator Miriam Santiago did not win a Miss Universe title, wasn't proclaimed a billionaire. That's why, but her name became, her name became a household name nationwide. That's why she ran for presidency, and that is power. Mother Teresa might not have a financial power, but her great deeds made an impact to all the people worldwide because she has a beautiful heart, a beautiful soul, and that, ladies, is power. Those beauty queens I just shared earlier, they brought pride to our beloved country. They were proclaimed as Miss Universe, the most beautiful woman in their time. And that is power. All of them have different kinds of beauty. Therefore, they have different kinds of power. In year 2018, a set of high quality premium skincare beauty products were introduced to me. I'm not an avid user of such, but I tried all of them, and voila, I've learned to love using them. They're perfect for my skin and my body. Aside from the fact that these products beautified my skin and boosts my immune system, those products also help me build my self-confidence in facing everyone in the business with much power, even in times of pandemic. By the way, my favorite one is the white and wrinkle spot cream. Really gave me glass-like skin. You can't see it right now, right? So what do you think happened next? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nina Corazon Alvarado, facing all of you now, the General Manager of Lueur International Corporation, saying to you that I am the product of my products. If you want to be powerful, you need to be beautiful inside and out because beauty empowers. So, global women who rule in 2021, let us all be beautiful and powerful. Let us maintain that beauty. Let us all be beautiful to be powerful enough for the powerless. So, before I end, I would like to leave you with these three questions. And go ask yourself this: am I beautiful? Have you discovered your power now? Have you felt your power now? Let's all be beautiful and powerful, all through the grace of God, our Father. Thank you very much, and God bless us all. Thank you, Sis Apple. I love you, TNC, and I love all our BODs, our LLIC family, our GUV family, and of course, my family. To God be all the glory. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ange.
Thank you very much, Nina. Indeed, beauty is power. I certainly believe that. Everyone, if you're still with me, if you're still watching, sabay-sabay po nating sabihin, I am beautiful with conviction. Everybody, sabay-sabay, I am beautiful. Yan, say it and of course, believe it. And sabi nga ni Nina, beauty is enhanced when you have love for all and hate for none. Beauty empowers. Thank you very much, Nina, for that lovely message. Now, our next speaker, known by most of her colleagues as Miss X, is a global corporate leader and social entrepreneur with almost 15 years of extensive expertise in marketing. She has a proven track record of success in serving diverse range of clients from different industries. An inspirational leader and arbiter of development to several local international socio-civic institutions and organizations who catalyze education, youth development, women empowerment, tourism, and digital transformation programs. Currently, Ms. X serves as a technical industry consultant for CHED, for edutourism and events, a leader of several local and global organizations, such as UST Thomasian Alumni Association, recently elected as board of director at the ASEAN Tourism Research Association, committee chair for programs of the PACEOS, or the Philippine Association of Convention Exhibition Organization and Suppliers Incorporated, and an active JCI member for more than a decade now. This is where she held several posts as well. The youngest president of JCI Makati, Princess Urduha, shared the On to JCI Global Summit Philippine representation at the United Nations headquarters held at the New York City in 2017, and her legendary contribution, which is the founding of the JCI Pinay Power. A scholar since her primary to postgrad studies, she climbed the ladder of constant academic success with sweat and tears. She finished her MBA from Anglia Ruskin University in the UK, but one of her most epic and out of the usual profile was her being a part of the Philippine Navy Reserve Force last year, in the midst of the pandemic, and even graduating top 3 of her class in basic military training. Joining us to talk about from zero to hero, empowering professional and corporate leaders to serve the country through military service, live streaming from Eastwood City, Quezon City, ladies and gentlemen, CPO Shalimar Valdeavilla.
Thank you, Angie, for that introduction. Good evening and happy Women's Month. Grateful to my friend for more than a decade, Apple, for including me in this lineup of amazing women. Salute to you and the TNC team. What I will share today is something that has changed my life and gave me hope in the midst of this pandemic. It was definitely a twist of fate, never in my plan, and far out from my profile. But because of this, I regained my pride, diverted my thoughts to positivity, and it's time to pay it forward. Zero to hero. From zero sports. Yes, I know how to adapt immediately in any game, but I don't have any specific sport. I only do it before kasi requirement siya sa PE, or minsan may mga sports fest sa corporate gatherings. And then, zero exercise din. Yes, I am fit, but I never had any routinary exercise, ever. So, dati, konting kilos lang, pagod na ako. 50 minutes jogging nga, sumusuko na ako. So, zero physical activity. Don't get me wrong. I'm very hardworking. Workaholic na nga ako paminsan. Pero iba naman kasi yung nagwo-work ka, nag-manage ka ng events or conferences, sa tatakbo ka or magka-calisthenics ka together with other soldiers and do the military drills. Even halfway of it was way beyond my tolerance level. So, sabi nga nila, walang pinalagpas ang pandemic na ito. So, it really gave us all a challenging blow of trying things we are not accustomed to. I was just lost like everyone else and had an opportunity to regain my confidence and self-worth through this. And there goes not just sporty, but my military alter ego, CPO Shalimar Valdeavilla of the Philippine Navy Reserve Armed Forces of the Philippines. From zero to hero. So, if kinaya ko, kaya nyo din. Be somebody nobody thought you could be. This is not just about being a soldier, but being an overall soldier of your life. Sometimes it's all about our fears and simply not trying. That's why we don't reach our goals. And if I'm making some point here and you are now curious, so paano nga ba? Maybe some of you who are watching now are professionals, corporate leaders, entrepreneurs, then karamihan sa audience natin for sure, girls, right? Mga moms, titas, ates, or mga kikay. Yan. And at the back of your mind, you want to become a soldier. Whether nung bata pa kayo, na-curious lang kayo. Kaya lang, nag-iba na yung set of priorities nyo. No? Naging busy na kayo. And then, syempre, iba, kinabahan. Pero minsan, it still haunts you. And yung iba, challenge na now, pero you don't know how to start. So, may inner voice saying there na, sana ginawa ko to. Or, what if gawin ko kaya to ngayon? Why not? Let's do it, right? This is your chance to serve the country. Lalo na in these trying times. It is definitely not a walk in the park, but I will share with you some facts to give you hope in case you decide to turn on that fighting and patriotic spirit in you. So listen further. Yes, as a soldier, we take an oath to defend the country in times of war. And as a reservist, we support the regular force. But there is in times of peace. Most of us, especially the reservists, do civil military operations or what we call CMO. Like donation drives, medical and dental missions, humanitarian programs, disaster and calamities rescue operations, and even provide academic and learning sessions of different types of topics. The armed force is in need of experts and professionals from different fields: finance, IT, cybersecurity, engineers, teachers, nurses, doctors, etc. There are different departments in the camp and certain missions that requires different skills. Malay nyo, your skills in the corporate world can help in the administrative department, which is very crucial in the arrangement of data filing of our troops, organizing our organization, operations, and setting ethical measures. Kasi hindi lang naman war at paglalaban ng iniisip mong paghandaan here, kung hindi pagtulong sa bayan as a whole. There are diplomatic, peacemaking, knowledge sharing, duties that we are tasked to do. Hindi naman pagpasok mo, ilalagay ka na kaagad sa pinaka-crucial areas, magkaka-war na kaagad, gera na kaagad or something like that kapag military, no? So, syempre, i-check din nila if ikaw ay para doon. Mamaya, casualty ka pa kaysa asset sa area na yon. So, you will be trained accordingly. Of course, as you share your God-given talents to your fellow men, you will be trained for self-defense, navigation, leadership, and how to be physically and mentally fit. Plus the sisterhood and brotherhood network, which will be a lifetime and priceless support, notwithstanding the pride of being able to serve your country. That's why I'm inviting corporate and professional leaders to join the Armed Forces of the Philippines Reserve Command. As a Navy Reserve, let me share with you some of the basic requirements how to be enlisted. First, you have to be a Filipino citizen with good moral character. 18 18 to 64 years old. Yes, 64. Sorry hindi pala na-edit yung nandyan sa slide natin. 64 years old, mga ma'am and sir. Pwede po kayong sumali. Although, upon appointment to sa reservist, kailangan 64. na kayo noon time na yun. Hindi kayo pa 65th birthday or something like that. So, of course, kahit na 64 ka na, if you really want to be a reservist, ito na yung chance mo. Sana 63 ka pa ngayon para 64 kapag magre-reservist na. Yan. Basta physically and mentally fit, pwede na. And then, at least high school graduate. And then, ito. If you are an ROTC graduate, just show your basic or advanced certificate at your nearest mobilization center plus documents that I'll share later. There are schools na under the Naval, Marines, ROTC units, such as LaSalle Taft, DASMA, Adamson, University of Makati, PUP Taguig, just to name a few. Yung iba, align naman sa Army and Air Force. I think for UST, may alma mater, Army yata yung department kung saan aligned yung mga ROTC namin. Pero hindi kasi ako nakapag-ROTC nung time ko. So walang ROTC nung 2001 to 2005, which was my collegiate years. So so yung mga nag-ROTC dyan, na di nila alam bakit sila nag-ROTC nun, at inisip lang kasi nila na requirements sa school, I suggest i-renew nyo yung oath nyo as a military reserve. Kasi sayang yung 1 to 3 years nyo na pinaghirapan. I-request nyo lang yan from your admin and registrar. Okay? So while for non-ROTC graduates like ako, so I took Basic Citizen Military Course or what we call BCMC. Yan yung kinuha ko last August to November 2020. It's a 3-day class. And my drills training, usually weekends, 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. Plus yung finals sa 3 days sa Ternate, Cavite. This is the entry course for enlistment. Yung sa nag-ROTC, pero gusto nyo mag-refresher course, okay din naman to take this BCMC kasi it gives you a recap of the commands, marches, drills, update of military science information, and discipline. So yes, for those who will take this course, prepare yourself for the exercise. Na push-ups, sit-ups. Then you will be trained with gun handling, map reading, rescue operations, etc. Plus my exams. Di ba exciting? But of course, challenging. Well, as for the documents, okay, this is both for with and without the ROTC certificate, no? You need to prepare the following. This is just like applying for a job. So diploma, transcript of records, medical exam, drug test, barangay certificate, your resume, birth certificate, NBI police clearance, regional trial court clearance, and then kung may PRC license kayo. Then fill up a reservist info data sheet. Medyo marami-rami para yun nga, nag-apply kayo sa work. But again, note that you are applying as an enlisted personnel first, okay? Before you can file for officership or commissionship. Magkaiba yon. Unless nakakuha kayo ng advanced ROTC certificate. Like ako, as of now, as you can see in my name, I'm CPO Shamir Valdeavilla, Chief Petty Officer, ang ibig sabihin yan. Enlisted title, rank number 7. If maging okay yung ifina-file kong commissionship papers, I will be a lieutenant commander, but it takes time, process, and tons of document filing and patience. Yung ranks kasi dependent yan sa age na tapos mo, years of experience, if may kulang ka, like yung sa akin, kulang ako ng military subjects, so I took it last year through BCMC, and I'm planning to take some more military class to add knowledge. There are quite a number of technical terms to absorb kasi, especially when you're inside na. But that's what makes it challenging and worth it once you accomplish it. All this you can check at the Philippine Navy Reserve Command Facebook page or at the nearest Naval Reserve Unit. There are several centers where you can file and get info. Iba-iba ang training schedules per area. But after being enlisted, option nyo if you want to file for commissionship. And iba rin yung pagpa-file as a regular soldier. But guys and girls, before thinking of the extreme, apply for the initial process first. I have encountered a lot of inquiries, how and why, and one of the things nung sa mga di natuloy is kasi sobrang wala na silang ginawa kundi i-question paano sundalo na sila. Hindi pa nga sila sundalo, iniisip na nila war na kaagad. Please stop overthinking. Kaya nyo to. So as far as you can see, I am alive, gracefully surviving, now an officially enlisted soldier. I share what I am good at wala pa ako ngayon sa battle kasi admin ako na naka-assign. Hindi sa sinasabi ko na never na ako ma-assign sa battle, but that is a worst case scenario na siguro. Wag naman natin sana abutin ng World War III, ano? But if in case it happens, I will be glad to be at your service. This is part of my oath and I will uphold by my commitment. Anyway, there's a lot to learn and explore as you go along the way. You have to be patient to ask, do more research, and most important, file the application. This is CPO Shamir Valdeavilla advising all interested civilians to experience the excitement of a soldier of land, sea, and air. Join the Navy. Serving the nation has never felt this good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CPO Shamir Valdeavilla. Ayan. So narinig din naman, kung kaya ni Miss X, kayang-kaya din nating lahat. I don't know about you guys, but I've always thought about wearing that military uniform. I don't know, for some reason I'm drawn to it. But we'll never know. Ayan. Okay, up next. This lady has 30 years of award-winning media leadership experience under her belt. Gladys has always pursued growth and innovations by asking not only why, but why not. She is a creative media maven known for orchestrating iconic projects like the Tanway First Five and Rockfest series, Fusion, the official Philippine Music Festival, Coke Studio 2018, among others. Gladys is known as direct in the media industry because of her inimitable ability to make each campaign and brief a story worth remembering. She is known as an effective leader, having been able to turn around media agencies she headed. Currently, she drives her own local media agency, Intersections Communications, handling digital brand campaigns that adapt and inspire under the new normal. Intersections was born during a time of much change and is determined to redefine the media agency model through agile executions and experiences. She juggles her agency rockstar title with her 24/7 role as a single mother to two daughters, and in her free time, she also makes sure to catch up on the latest Korean drama craze, mentor students, and work out. Gladys' formula for success is grit, grace, and go. She believes that life is too short to settle with just one version of yourself. To talk about grit, grace, and go, the journey of finding the best version of you, live streaming from Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Gladys Rondina Basinillo.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm so excited to be part of this Global Women Who Rule 2021. And you had the introduction, and I'm not here to talk about my work. So my life so far has always been, in constant motion, but I'd say with grit and grace. It's an open book to at least to people who's close to me in the industry that I'm a single mom raised by a single mom. I think that's something that I'm really proud of, and it's something that I want to share the inspiration to other people, especially the single moms who's struggling right now. I grew up in a way a disadvantaged life. You know, even if my mom had a decent job, there's four of us, and there's no way that she can afford all the four of us to raise without help from people. She had to juggle a lot of sidelines, and we call it Pinoy's racket, right? And I have this story, and and my siblings have this private joke about this. We call it black, white, and violet. So every night when we were when we were kids, our dinner is dinuguan, sopas, and bilo-bilo. See, we still have dessert, right? So it's 3 pesos that we buy, 3 pesos each that we buy in a carinderia very near our house. Because sometimes my mom will go home late and she couldn't cook for us. There's also one instance wherein I was just a kid and I was supposed to buy like a pancit, which was supposed to be our lunch for all five of us. Because I was just a kid and I was being very careless. I lost that money. So I went home crying. And before I knew it, all five of us are crying because that 20 pesos is our only money for our lunch. So these, memories are kind of very vivid to me. And all of these experiences really helped me to become, stronger. I had to took it upon myself that, I want to be successful. It was really a decision even when I was young. Elementary, I went into a public school. I was grade 1 at 5 years old. Not because I'm accelerated, but because my mom just have to send me to school already. My ate is in grade 2 at that time. High school, I'm a bit lucky, but I'm not very smart. I was waitlisted with UP Rural High School. And if my classmates are watching here, they know this, there's like thousands of applicants in UP Rural High School, and they will only get 160. And I was waitlisted for some reason. Maybe some of the applicants are not pushing through because they passed UPIS or Philippine Science, and I got in. But imagine that going into my high school, probably I was ranked last. I was with, but in my head, I was with very smart people. So that was really the beginning of my journey. You always have to be conscious of your environment. It has to pull you up. If you want to move up, you need to be conscious of your environment. Going to UPLB in my college, okay, I was quite lucky also that, for some reason, my friends are all very smart. So there's 7 of us where we're blackmates and we remained close from first year to fourth year. But mind you, they're like magna cum laude, and I don't even know why I'm part of this group. But I love them all, and we're still very much good friends up to now. I can remember that there's just one subject, mathematical economics, and I'm having a hard time with it. So I got a 4. And, I had to take the removal exam. So all of them were really helping me because they got exempted, they're smart, right? So, they helped me pass it because they want to make sure I will graduate with them. So it's very important that you have this help from people around you for you to be able to achieve your dreams. And mind you, after college, I went to advertising, and all of them pursue a career of being an academician. They're in DOST, Land Bank, NEDA. I'm very proud of them. But, looking back, with all of those experiences, I became very independent. Kasi for some reason, maybe by fate or design, palagi ako mag-isa. Parang ako yung laging naiiba. And I didn't mind it because I was really focused on, on what I need to achieve. But then what happened? I said when I graduated, Mom, I'm gonna go to Makati. In the 90s, that was really a thing. Go to the city, prom D, and have a career. So going back to our topic, grit is quite a complex topic or subject. And I can define it in 3 ways. One is adversity quotient. You can be tested at your darkest moments. When you step up, whenever you have a problem, then everything is, it's not easy, but you can really handle it. That's very important. Never give up. And I'd say, and I graduated already, right? So I went to Makati. I didn't have anything. I didn't know anyone. I don't have the money. So luckily, I got a job as a media buyer in my first advertising agency. Oh, wow. I had to, live in a dormitory with 14. Yeah, you heard me right. 14 roommates in one room. I couldn't sleep, right? It's like, if I will review my lifeline, I have very little sleep even when I was young. But that did discourage me because I know I needed to succeed and I wanted my job so much. So, okay lang. So, there, it happened. My second definition of adversity is gigil. According to Angela Duckworth, and he's a well-known author, professor who had an extensive study about grit. She's saying that grit is really a sustained passion and perseverance over a long period of time. Talagang tiyaga, di ba? It's anticipation, sustained interest. But I want to add to that definition. You have to love what you do. Because otherwise, di ba, at some point, the brakes will not always be on your side. At some point, you'll get tired. Di ba? You cannot give something that you don't have. The opposite of giggle is burnout, right? Burnout is like you're giving so much and you're not getting anything in return. So having the agility, the giggle, is having grit. Last but not the least is having a mindset of a winner. You know, if you have a mindset of a winner, whenever you fail, you don't think of it as a failure. You just say, it's either I win or I learn. That's really important. And when you're competing with someone who doesn't give up, then it's going to be very hard for you, right? Um, the second one, that I want to discuss is all about grace. With grit, you need to balance it with grace, balance and harmony. And I can only define it in four buckets. One is gratitude. If you wake up every single morning and think of what you're thankful for the day, it spells a lot of difference in your aura, in your energy. God is good. I know right now we're all, undergoing a lot of uncertainties. We're so anxious what's going to happen with all of this, happening with the cases rising. But we can still be thankful of, we're still alive, we're still healthy. Always look at the positive side because positivity is infectious. We need to share that to other people who's having a hard time. And positivity is radiant. That's very important for us. Second definition of grace for me is being able to say no to naysayers. Because if you're like an innovator, it's part of the introduction. I've done a lot of crazy projects. If you're an innovator and you want to always infuse change, you will not be accepted by everyone. But it doesn't matter, right? You focus on people who will support your values, your allies, your mentors. Say no to these naysayers and, live with grace. Last from our bucket is the go. Go for me. The grace is the white, remember? So the black is the grit, the white is the grace, and the violet with other colors, the below is the go. And when I think of go, I can only think of two things. One is speed. I always believe in the sense of urgency. Guys, life is short, okay? Don't waste your time waiting, taking chances, wasting your time with people who doesn't inspire you. Always look for an environment that you will grow, an environment where you are appreciated because your productivity will definitely increase. Second, and this is my favorite word in the dictionary, is growth. Living is all about growth. Living is all about growing, learning. It's something positive. You just need to keep on moving and moving and moving. It's not being selfish, but it's your responsibility because it's your responsibility to also teach other people behind you. So I rose from the ranks. I've been to 7 agencies. I've managed to, experience each of the positions, like 10 positions from media assistant to CEO. And one day, I woke up and said, I want to do something different. And I gave up my corporate life. And, as you said it a while ago, Ange, I put up my own company in the middle of the pandemic. We're being very cautious. We're growing steadily. But what's really nice is that I feel the support of people in the industry. Why? Because, if you're someone that you're easy to work with, people will support you. And when people support you, everything becomes easier. And when you have the momentum, everything is easier. So I'm here to really, give positivity with everything that's happening with us right now. Yes, we will always have bad breaks along the way, but look for people who will help you. Look within your heart, deep in your core. What are you protecting? Now, for example, for Intersections, my new agency, I have no boss on top of me. It's me deciding together with my team. But in my head, it's my 2 kids looking at me. I cannot fail. There's no way I'm going to give them a company by the time I retire, a company that's problematic, right? Because I don't want them to have all of these problems. I'm gonna lay the red carpet to the new generation, to my kids. And that's my way to pay forward. So my talk is like very short, and my advice to everyone is decide to be successful. Live your life to the fullest. Try to improve yourself, and be the best that you can be. Task by task, day by day. Live with grace, live with grit, and please be always on the go. Thank you so much, and this is Gladys Basinilio.
Thank you, Gladys. Well, I certainly love the title of your speech, Grit, Grace, and Go. Now, my key takeaway about grit is that grit is a sustained passion and perseverance over a period of time. So it's not something that you achieve or learn to master in a day or two. And then she also said that for us to be able to realize what the worth of what we're doing, look deep inside of ourselves and ask ourselves, what are you protecting? Who are you protecting? Thank you, Gladys. Our next speaker is a lawyer, a photographer, and a poet. She was a criminal litigation attorney who has successfully defended several controversial cases in the past. After more than 2 decades of court litigation, she was fortunate to transition to real estate law, solving land disputes and providing remedies that would benefit both landowners and developers. An artist by heart, attorney Sheila loves photography and once served as a president for the Ayala Alabang Camera Club. She is also currently compiling her poems to fulfill her dream of publishing her own book of poetry. But above all these, Sheila is first and foremost a mother to her 4 kids, 2 boys studying to become lawyers themselves, another one soon to become an architect, and her only girl who is a talented writer at a very young age. Sheila's goal is to be able to inspire mothers to take an active role in shaping the future of our next generation by instilling love and kindness in the hearts of our children. Here to talk about applying the virtues of motherhood and promoting justice and upholding the law, live streaming from Alabang, Muntinlupa City, ladies and gentlemen, Attorney Ana Sheila C. Francia San Diego.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much, Ange, for the introduction. Happy Women's Month to everyone. In 1994, our country hosted the Miss Universe pageant for the second time. The question at the final round of that contest was, what for you is the essence of being a woman? I still vividly remember the answer of Miss India, because that was my favorite answer. So Shmita Sen replied, just being a woman is a gift from God. The origin of a child is a mother, a woman. She shows a man what caring, sharing, and loving is all about. Miss India won the Miss Universe that night. But not only that, she also won the hearts of millions of women around the world. You see, every woman may have a different answer to that question, but they're equally correct. My answer would be motherhood. Although not all women would be endowed with the capability to bear a child, that doesn't make them less of a woman. Remember, as what Miss India said, just being a woman is a gift in itself. Motherhood is truly a gift like no other. Of the many hats that we wear as a woman, my favorite is that of a mother's hat. It is amazing how profound happiness can be felt when you first hold your baby in your arms, how their smiles can brighten your darkest days, and how their hugs can just comfort you in so many ways. You know, we can even give our lives if that will save theirs. But mind you, that gift is laden with huge responsibilities. Remember what our Lola would used to say, that the easiest part of our journey to motherhood is giving birth. Yes, you see how that childbirth is being portrayed in movies, right? that excruciating pain of childbirth is actually the easiest part of motherhood. The hardest, the most challenging, and the most important role that we have as mothers would be raising good human beings. Growing up with limited resources, my mother taught me that no dream is impossible to achieve, that we create our own destiny. But more importantly, she taught me that no dream is worth pursuing if that would lessen your humanity. You see, wealth and success gained at the expense of others, meaningless. She showed me that kindness, compassion, and justice, love, it should take precedence in our journey to reach our goals. As a lawyer, I handled mostly criminal cases, and my clients are usually the ones accused of the crime. That is why I have frequented most of the city jails in Metro Manila and even the neighboring cities. And I am a usual visitor of the New Bilibid prison. And also in court hearings, my seatmates usually are the ones in orange or yellow shirts. Yes, the prisoners in detention. In my decades of practice as a criminal defense attorney, I have made these observations. First, in city jails, especially in the New Bilibid prison, the usual visitors bringing in food, falling in line for hours under the heat of the sun, are old ladies. They're the mothers of the prisoners. And inside the courtrooms, attending hearings, especially during arraignment and promulgation of judgment. Arraignment, by the way, is when you are asked whether you are guilty or not. And the promulgation of judgment is when the judge actually rules whether you are guilty or not. In these instances, the mothers of the accused are always present in the courtroom. Can you imagine the painful experience, that the mothers of those accused are going through? They probably ask themselves this question: what have I done wrong as a mother? Could I have done something to prevent this? In my readings, I learned that studies show that these offenders were usually neglected during their formative years as a child. Most of them are disadvantaged socially, and they have abuse or parental issues. They lack self-control and the critical characteristics to become law-abiding citizens. So you see, the propensity to commit crime start at the formative years of a child. Sometimes as parents, we are too focused on our children's achievements. We always remind them to get good grades, to train harder to win championship. That, sometimes they might think that these are the only things that's important for them in life. We may have forgotten to instill in them obedience and respect for authority, respect for rules around them, respect the rules of the school, respect our rules as parents. We have to set the right examples for them. Are we doing it? Or do we fake, do we encourage their absences by writing fake excuse letters? Do we beat red lights when we are driving with them? Or do we confront their teachers when they are subjected to disciplinary actions? You see, the concept of justice, love, kindness, and obedience are instilled or first learned at home. But same as the concept of hate, bigotry, intolerance, and disrespect to authority. All these are learned by our children as they grow up. And the environment that we provide them will determine how they would assimilate these concepts into their lives, into their core principles and beliefs as human beings. As mothers, we are our children's first teachers. And we're the ones who first set their standards of morality. So we need to be fully conscious of the kind of influence we have over them. We should always aim to make them better individuals, not just academically or in sports or in arts, but also in terms of character. There is a saying that goes, behind every successful man is a woman. That is so true, but I believe that that woman is the mother. Allow me to share with you some successful individuals and how their mothers played a great role in their lives and in their success. First, Barack Obama. He was raised by a single mom, a white woman who taught him that beneath our surface differences, we're all the same. She cheered him on and believed with great conviction that someday he can be president of the United States. And so he did. He became the first biracial American president. Then we have Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln had two mothers. Yes, two. His biological mother, Nancy, died when he was just 9 years old. But during his formative years, she taught him honesty, unkindness, and the love for learning. She taught him to read books, even though she wasn't formally educated herself. When she died, his stepmother came into his life, Sarah Bush. Sarah recognized the gift in him and promoted his intellectual gifts and make him pursue his intellectual development. They had such a beautiful relationship that Abraham Lincoln was quoted as saying that she was his best friend and that no son could ever love a mother the way he loved her. Then we have Mahatma Gandhi. The lasting impression that his mother, Uthil Bai Gandhi, left to her son was saintliness. She was an extremely religious woman, and she played a great role in Mahatma Gandhi's understanding of the spirituality. The most important lesson that she taught him was that the greatest form of love is the willingness to sacrifice for others. What about our own national hero, Jose Rizal? No one is the greatest influence over his development other than his mother, Teodora Alonso. She was born into a wealthy family, well educated, but nevertheless persisted and worked hard on her own. She taught Jose Rizal how to read. She opened his eyes to the beauty of the written word, the soul behind the pages of every book. But she also made him understand the hate and inequality in our country at that time. She taught him discipline, justice, and that to treat every Indian as equals. You see, these lessons prepared Rizal to fight back for the mother that he loved so much. It was, in fact, the unfair persecutions that his mother suffered under the Spaniards that awakened the flame in him to write all these political writings and his advocacy for reforms that actually inspired the Philippine Revolution. Clearly, a mother has such great influence on a child's growth, and that what she teaches her children could either change or destroy the world. You see, mothers now shape the characters of our future leaders, and our future leaders will determine the kind of world that the future generation would live in. I understand that in the age of digital technology, it's much harder for us mothers to take control of our children's development. There's just too much distraction in the form of technology like social media, computer games, reality shows. But you know, if we can just be truly present in our children's lives, if we would hug them enough, if we would just care for them, talk to them every day, ask them about problems or aspirations, and appreciate their work, I believe that we can touch their hearts. We can show them that even though the world would change, the concept of love, kindness, compassion, and justice would always remain the same. Remember that the amount of love that we give to our children will be proportionate to the amount of love that they would be capable of giving. Even the Bible said, we love because He first loved us. I am not a perfect mother, and I'm way too far to being a perfect lawyer. But I have a perfect dream for the next generation, which I would work so hard for to achieve despite my imperfections. So I call on every mother now to please join me and be with me in this advocacy to change the world one child at a time. Let me close my speech tonight by quoting a famous line from a poem by William Ross Wallace. This was written in 1865. Yes, 1865, but still relevant today. Will always be relevant. I love this poem because it reminds us to recognize the intrinsic power that we women have as mothers, the essence of being a woman. Let me read just a few. Women, how divine your mission here upon our natal sod. Keep, oh keep the young heart open, always to the breath of God. All true trophies of the ages are from mother love impearled For the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. Thank you very much. And I would like to dedicate this speech to all the mothers in the legal profession, especially the judges, the prosecutors, and so also the ones in the academy. I'd like to also dedicate this to the nuns in the convent, in the orphanages who act as mothers to the orphans. And of course, I would like to dedicate this speech to my dearest Inang, whose love and strength have always been a beacon of light that keeps me afloat wherever I go. All my love and gratitude, Mommy. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Attorney Sheila. Thank you for highlighting the importance of the roles of mothers. You know, the mother or a mother figure is crucial in influencing a child and, of course, the adult outcomes. And really love the last quotation. For the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that saves the world. Truly. There you have it, 3 batches of amazing, inspiring, and really empowered women. Wow, you know, just when you thought you've seen and you've heard it all, really. Meanwhile, please do stay on stream because we are not quite done yet, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank our lovely sponsors for making this event possible. The new channel, PuzzleBox BPO Incorporated, Lueur International Corporation, MG Philippines, Outcome Advertising, 38 Placenta, Lamoyan Corporation, Happy Toothpaste, Well Life, JCI Pinay Power, JCI Makati, JCI Makati Princess Urduha, Orange Salon, Power Max Center, NASC Global Private Limited, HFSE International School, Handicrafts PH by Lovely Wall Art Painting, Not Limited, Chismesa, Tray Options, Artist Studio, Zen Events, and Beauty Buzz PH. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not go away because we will finally introduce to you and tell you more about our official event beneficiary, I Am Making a Difference. Stay tuned and we will be right back.
The MG5. Fuel-efficient engine, electric sunroof, 10-inch infotainment system, 360-degree vehicle view, spacious interiors. The MG5 with room and features you wouldn't expect from a subcompact sedan. For a driving experience that's larger than life, make way for the MG5. Big in features, big in comfort.
The new face of beauty, the Lueur Ambassador Lush.
Oh, welcome with rounds of applause, the new face of Lueur, Mr. Derek Ramsey. Woo!
Kahit hindi muna tayo magkita ng harap-harapan. At ang reunion, minuto lang. Kahit tago ang ngitian at pigil ang yakapan. Kahit na di maipakita ang saya. At ang pictures natin, puro mata. Kahit na nag-iba at nagbago na ang mundo. At di ko man makita ang ngiti mo. Basta alam kong ligtas ka, happy na ako.
Hello, once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and as promised, we are going to tell you more about our official event beneficiary, I Am Making a Difference. To start, let me tell you about the Executive Director of I Am Making a Difference, or I Am MAD. Ruth is a multi skilled and highly motivated individual who has accomplished multiple projects with both local and global initiatives in her professional role. She has been in the business process outsourcing industry since 2019, leading and supporting analysts under customer experience or quality assurance. She is also the executive director of a volunteer organization called I Am Making a Difference, or I Am MAD, which encourages people to create positive change and make a difference through simple steps. She has been engaged with different CSR and volunteer activities nationwide since 2015 and has lived up to the 4M's motto: makabayan, makatao, makadiyos, at makakalikasan. This has also brought her entire family into volunteerism. I Am MAD is a nationwide volunteer-powered nonprofit organization recognized twice by the Tayo Foundation, or the 10 Accomplished Youth Organizations. The organization focuses on mobilizing the Filipino citizens in helping empower our younger generation to discover their dreams and passions, adopt a more value-oriented mindset, and eventually make a meaningful contribution to nation building. I Am Mad believes that even through our smallest positive habits and simple acts of volunteerism, we can contribute to the betterment of our society. Here to talk about I Am Making a Difference, live streaming from Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Ruth Hutat.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, and good evening to all the advocates and Madlang viewers. Again, I am Ruth Butad, Chief Executive Volunteer of I Am Mad, or I Am Making a Difference. And on behalf of the group, it is an honor and with great privilege for our organization to be chosen as the beneficiary of this event. And I'd like to extend my appreciation to everyone from the bottom of my heart, from sponsors to promoters to everyone behind Global Women Who Rule 2021. To Miss Apple Manansala, thank you for initiating this event and for the continued support and encouragement. And to the key speakers who made this great event even more meaningful. So before I share even further, I want to share some clips about I Am Making a Difference, our organization, and some of the internal activities. Let's watch this. Our goal is to support the core values of the Department of Education and its holistic approach in human development. And you can actually interact and comment down below if you can recall some of it. So one is love of God or being makajos, love of the environment or makakalikasan, love for others or makatao, and love of country makabansa. From 2009 until before the pandemic, we have already reached more than 70 schools across the country, which is equivalent to around 5,000 students, beneficiaries who participated in our camps and other external activities. We also conduct 3-day outreach program called I Am Mad Camp, providing youth an avenue to experience the magic in volunteerism by enabling students to champion the core values of a Filipino. And we also have our rendition of 10 MAD commitments, which we call 10 MAD commandments. And we encourage every participant of MAD Camp to list some takeaways after the camp or after the session. And just to name few, some of my favorites. One is I will pray and thank God every day. Second is I will greet everyone with a smile. We have I will treat everyone with fairness, humility, and respect. We also teach the kids or students. I will hug my parents and tell them how much I love them. And number 10 is I will start making a difference within myself today. So on the third day of the camp, we have this mad venture wherein we visit some of the notable places in the particular camp. And aside from the fact that that we got to explore the beautiful sceneries in that camp, it is also an opportunity to build stronger relationships with our co-volunteers. And when the pandemic happened last year, we strategized into initiating activities that would address the pressing and the current challenges. We were able to create passion projects were such as Bida Eskwela, Bigay Ayuda, Laban Layban, and other initiatives to support and provide aid to our targeted communities who were affected by the pandemic. Under these initiatives, we're also able to send some school materials after and other paraphernalia needed in the production of the students modular learning, and provide donations to the families that were affected by Typhoon Ulysses. Furthermore, I want to share some of my experiences and break some of the myths of volunteerism. One of the popular beliefs in volunteering is that it is tough to find time to volunteer, and or only those who are financially capable, or those the one who are able can create or join such activities, and create outreach programs. Well, being a volunteer, I have learned that it is not just the time, money, and resources that are considered essentials when volunteering, but actually, volunteerism starts with just a single thought, um, to fuel that desire and awaken the passion to help others. This is how the idea started for me, and the same with the founders of I Am Mad, Mr. Mako Ravanzo and Christian Marks Rivero, and the rest of the volunteers of this organization, in an activity that was initiated with just 1 peso gathered from every student. It produced the materials that we need to help other students, and with that, it created an imaginable chain of effect. And there are even more stories about how a single act of kindness can make a difference. Really, all the things we do starts from small positive change, and unconsciously it builds up and create greater things. Second is, I can't, some of the myth, or one thing that I've heard from other people is that I can't volunteer because I'm not good in interacting with others. Well, earlier I've mentioned about magic that we experience in a volunteer, or as a volunteer, and we even put a tagline on that kind of experience, such as love at first mad. Most of the people I encounter, if not a friend or acquaintance, are really new to me, and the same goes to them. Yet, people who volunteer don't need to be fully acquainted and to help one another. There is this like kind of invisible string of passion and compassion that connects us from one another, even without knowing one's backgrounds, achievements, and challenges. And these are the things, or these things did not hinder us to connect genuinely and work together. Or not even religion or philosophy should divide us from making a difference. One scenario that I really like about being a volunteer and I have experienced this with Mad, is that being a Messianic Jew is working hand in hand with a Sadiq, a friend in Muslim, and a friend in Catholic, and a friend is and Christian, and working hand in hand is beyond the things that I could imagine that would happen to me. Number three is that volunteering takes time away from family. If you see that way, then bring your family. And I am proud to share that my family has been part of my journey, not just to support me literally, but they became volunteers and even joined the other camps that we held. And though I believe that there's a magic of volunteerism, it doesn't happen overnight to inspire and influence your family, but it takes courage to open up with them, show that you're consistently passionate about it by not taking away the time with them, and repurposing your time to create more meaningful memories with your family. And more importantly is that putting abayawe or God first and seek guidance that although we do, don't just inspire and influence other people in a good way, but we bring and honor glory back to Him. So again, everyone can make a difference, and the right time is now. This is Ruth Butad, Chief Executive of I Am Making a Difference, a volunteer, a change maker, and an advocate of women empowerment. Thank you all. Good evening to Global Women Who Rule 2021 advocates and all the Madlang viewers.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Wow, this is very inspirational, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine bringing the spirit of volunteerism into this very momentous event, which is the Global Women Who Rule Summit. Now, Miss Ruth, would you care to join me here? But anyway, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, Miss Ruth. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you as well.
Yes, it truly is a pleasure having you here. Of course, representing I Am Making a Difference. And I mentioned earlier, you said that the spirit of volunteerism is not just some magic that, it will come to you naturally or it will come to you like on the spur of a moment. It's a process. And for you to bring that spirit of volunteerism into this event, it's really heartwarming and it's a complete pleasure for all of us. Thank you, Miss Ruth. Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on, of course, the ideator of the Global Women Who Rule 2021. Please, let's all welcome back on screen Miss Apple Esplana Manansala.
Good evening, Ruth, and good evening, Ange. It's already evening. So,
Hi,
Ruth, I just want
Apple.
this.
Good evening. Yeah, you still look beautiful.
Thank you, Ruth, and so are you. I just want this to be a ceremonial time where we are committing to you that the Global Women Who Rule 2021 is going to donate something and a lot of things to I Am Mad. And please accept those donations from us because we know that your group will handle it very well so that we will be able to pay the good deeds of everyone who has supported this event forward.
Yeah. It is, with great honor and our pleasure to receive the donation commitment from the Global Women Who Rule 2021 events, of course, led by you and the other key speakers and promoters and sponsors of this event. I believe we will have updates, post events for this as soon as we have the, information or materials for the donation.
Thank you again, Ruth. And I would like to also take this chance to thank everybody who has given us the chance to make this event possible. So, good evening, everybody. You saw me as early as 1 o'clock. It's already 7:20 p.m. right now. We have been streaming for the last 6 hours already. First of all, I would like to give thanks to all the 22 wonderful, amazing, inspiring Filipino women leaders who spoke with us today. Thank you very much for sharing your time, your talent, your time and your talent, and your time and your talent, and everything that you have for today's event. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to all the hundreds of people who stayed with us today for almost 7 hours over Facebook and YouTube. I guess you felt the need for all of us to hug each other because that was what I left with you earlier at 1 o'clock. So thank you so much for staying with us and for coming back also while I speak with you this time. Global Women Who Ruled 2021 would not be possible without the support of the following sponsors. So please give me the chance to talk to talk to you and tell you about the many people who have actually supported us on this event. Thank you so much to Lueur International Corporation, MG Philippines, Outcome Advertising, Portier Placenta, Lamoyan Corporation, Happy Toothpaste, Well Life, JCI, Pinay Power, JCI Makati, JCI Makati Princess Orduha, Orange Salon, Power Max Center, NASC Global PTE Ltd, HFSE International School, Handicrafts PH by Lovely Wall Art Painting, Not Limited, Cheese Mesa, Tray Options, Heartist Studio, Zen Events, Beauty Buzz PH. Thank you also to Creator and Influencers Council of the Philippines, CICP. Thank you to Manila Times, The Philippine Star, Asian Parent, manwonders.ph, Pasay News, Inquirer.net, Experience Travel PH, Altered Tapestry. Thank you so much to these dear people who didn't want to be announced today, but please allow me to thank all of them because the event would not be possible if they have not supported not just the vision but also funding for the event that we have tonight. Thank you so much to Kate Dalaga Garcia. Thank you so much to Ana Manansala, Jim Guzman, Evelyn Mercado, Eman Domingo, Ninalyn Kakananta, Carla Perlas, Gladys Basinillo, Cathy Solis, Racel Sagaran, Shamir Valdeavilla, Cheska Carrere, Shalen Antonio, Michael Pe, Lanstan, Iggy Avellana, and Ruth Floresca. Thank you so much again to the I Am Mad community, Ruth, and to everyone in your group. I urge all of us to please share your blessings and GCash donations if you can for this event and its beneficiary. My number will be flashed on screen. I will make sure that whatever you will give out of this event, if you have enjoyed it, please share your treasures because there are a lot of people, especially during this time of pandemic, who actually needs our help. So we will be glad to share all your donations to or through I Am Mad tonight. Of course, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much to all our TNC hosts. Again, you are watching this live or on replay on a platform which I co-founded with Lloyd Luna, my partner. Thank you so much to the TNC hosts who helped us promote this event in our platforms and in the different shows. Thank you so much to my TNC partner, Lloyd Luna, for allowing us to use the platform and for supporting us with everything that we need for this event. My wing ladies, Nes Argame and Angie Kabukid, thank you so much for all the hard work. My PuzzleBox BPO teammates, especially Lance, Richard, Monica, Hershey, and Mabin, thank you for your time. My Manansala family, especially my daddy Ernie and mommy Ellen, my siblings Ate Ira and Chris and their families, our little fur Sheldon, the love of my life Erwin, thank you so much. My little caring commander, my everything, my Andre, thank you so much for allowing me to be busy for the last 3 weeks preparing for this event. And to my mama, our mother hen, the woman who gave me life, the first one who believed in me, the one who always supportive of the things that I do. I love you, Mama. Tonight was for you. Thank you once again, everybody, for believing in my vision. I have been blessed, and so are you. Let us continue to pay it forward. And I will be seeing you again on the 2022 Global Women Who Rule Summit. To God be all the glory.
Angie Kabukit, your master of ceremonies. Thank you for everyone who watched us live tonight. And I hope to see you next year at the Global Women Who Rule 2022. Good night and stay safe, everyone.